Good morning. It's February 18th, Tuesday. The Committee of the Whole starting at 9 a.m. I will turn the meeting over to our City Administrator, Britt C. Bennis, to go over the agenda.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda is an appearance by Dana Hiltonen from the HRA regarding a resolution scheduling a public hearing for the issuance of governmental housing revenue bonds and the need for the Housing Revenue Authority to exercise powers within the city of Virginia.
Morning, Dana.
Morning. So in front of you, you have a resolution. The resolution gives the resettles of the items for Washington Manor that we've already talked through on a few different occasions. And then it also gives permission for the city to, publish the notice, public hearing notice as Exhibit A as the attachment, and then hold the hearing on April 22nd, 2025.
Okay, I am looking for a motion. Councillor Johnson?
Is this a joint meeting between us and your board, or is it just our?
No, it is just your hearing. We'll hold our separate hearing. St. Louis County will hold a separate hearing. St. Louis County HRA Board will hold a separate hearing.
Okay, then I will move the resolution.
Councillor Johnson moves the resolution. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Councillor Bachschneider. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
Dana. Item number 2 is Matt Reed from SCH for a couple of projects. First one's approve the resolution awarding the bid from Utility Systems of America for the 2024 alley improvement project.
Morning, Matt.
Good morning. Well, I have some good news. We opened bids on the Alleys project, and you have a copy of the bid tabulation. They came in very favorable. Well, that was good to see. It was, that one we weren't sure. It's going to be a challenging project. So anyway, long and the short of it, what we're looking for is just authorization to award the project. Reminder, we do have $3 million worth of congressionally directed spending money that we have towards this grant money, and possibly some more, but we do have a lot of grant money into this one as well. So I can answer any questions, otherwise we'd be looking for action to award.
Councillor Johnson?
Is this the 8th Street Alley project that we've been talking about? And I will be recusing myself from all discussion and voting.
Is there any further discussion or any questions that anyone would like to ask Matt?
I'll move the approval of the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Friedlieb. Is there support?
Support for discussion.
Support by Councillor Beyondich for discussion. Councillor Beyondich?
Thank you. Matt, is this that alley project where the residents had come in having concerns, and have they been included in any of the discussions or the costs of this project?
Yes, there was some we had multiple public hearings on it. And at the last meeting, there was a couple of items that had gotten brought up. We have looked at them, addressed them. One of them was a sidewalk, and we do have to make a decision on that, actually. We did bid that as an alternate. So I'm glad you brought that up. I was remiss. I forgot about that. So yes, it has been addressed. In this bid, we bid a base bid to include replacing all the sidewalk. There isn't much sidewalk out there that was existing. But there was some discussion. Some said we don't want the sidewalk. Some said, why are we replacing it? We don't use it anyway. And so we did put in an alternate to remove the sidewalk from the project. And so really that is something that the council should decide today, or at least at the meeting next week. I think most of the feedback we've gotten, Britt, correct me if I'm wrong, has been to take it out, right?
We had 2 no and 1 yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Friedlieb?
So are we talking about the 500 block between 5th and 6th Avenue on 8.5 Street? Is that the?
That's one area, yep. And then there's one other small area, short segment of, you don't even know it's there, but it's there.
Further into the project, east.
Yes.
And those residents along that block have indicated they are okay with the removal of that sidewalk?
Based on what we got at the public hearing and then the feedback that we got subsequent
Send a
to
survey
that.
out to a survey card to every resident, and only 3 responded. 2 said remove it, and 1 said keep it.
And so it would be a cost savings to just remove that then from the, okay, thank you.
Both now and in future maintenance, so.
I do have a question. In part of that discussion, Matt, from what I can recall, is we were talking about possibly widening the street. Will that widen the street if we don't put the sidewalk? So it's still the same width, just with no sidewalk?
Right.
Okay, wasn't it discussed that we would talk about that? Since streets, so as we're doing these projects then, if we decide no sidewalk, that it would actually widen the street to allow for more clearance for emergency vehicles?
I guess I don't recall that discussion. It might have been, I just don't remember. Taking the sidewalks out, these are alleys after all. So we aren't, if we were looking at a street project, maybe we would consider widening them some. I guess I apologize, I don't recall that
Okay.
being, that discussion as part of
That's
this.
okay. So then what is your recommendation going forward, just with the?
I would take those out. I don't think they are, I doubt that they're used all that much. And the one sidewalk, like I said, the one part of the sidewalk that's there, you can't even hardly tell it's a sidewalk anymore. So, it didn't seem like anybody was real keen, other than, like I said, we did have one person that said they would like to keep it. So I don't want to downplay that either, but overall, I think the sentiment was it didn't really matter if it stayed in there, and it will be a cost savings of 20 grand, 25 grand.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the resolution awarding the bid from Utility Systems. Oh, there is a motion, I'm sorry. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Can I ask for some clarification quick on that? Did that include the alternate or not? So if we include the alternate, that would mean we would remove the sidewalk. If we don't include the alternate, that would mean we'd put the sidewalks back.
Counselor Friedlieb?
I would include that alternate, given 3 out of 4 have indicated no interest in having it.
And who supported that? Counsel Beyondich, do you amend that then? Okay. Okay, so does that
Okay.
clarify it, Matt?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Britt?
The next item, Matt, was the approve the resolution for professional services agreement for the 2024 alley project.
We'll move.
Moved by Counselor Friedlieb. Is there support? Support. Support by Counselor Motley. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Britt?
Matt, the next one is the accept plans and specs and authorize to advertise for bids for the Sanitary Sewer Rotary Park and the 7th Street Storm Sewer projects.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Johnson. Is there support? Support by Counselor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Friedlieb?
Have we determined that that basketball court will be eliminated then?
Basketball court is going to be relocated over to the newly expanded developed park area that's being worked on to the west side of Silver Lake. So over by the boat landing. Not at the boat landing, but over in that general vicinity, over by the boat landing and the
It'll
beach.
be relocated.
It'll be relocated. Yep, it's going to be taken out of
Where it is.
where it is today. It won't go back, but it's going to get relocated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Friedlieb. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And now we have Deputy Chief Nicola to give a presentation. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Regarding recruitment and the mission of the Virginia Police Department.
Absolutely. Good thing Brett's here. My favorite dad joke? While Britt works on that, we can actually start talking about this a little bit, though. This, you notice in the packets in the PowerPoint, I put in there that it's currently a crisis that we're dealing with in law enforcement. And I will tell you that it's not just Virginia PD. All agencies across the nation are really dealing with a recruitment problem and a retention problem. And we'll kind of split both those issues apart a little bit. On the recruitment side of things, I can tell you at the Hibbing College currently, now it's Minnesota North College, they are looking to graduate 13 law enforcement cadets. When I graduated from that program many, many moons ago, we graduated about 70. So now you have all the local agencies trying to hire those individuals before they even walk out the door. That never happened in the past. I mean, you were lucky if you graduated and got a job within your first year after graduating. So things have changed significantly. And as I mentioned in the PowerPoint, we really started seeing the shift about 2019. COVID was going on, George Floyd happened, and you really saw recruitment within law enforcement take a major hit. It's becoming increasingly difficult to get people in the door just to get them to interview for us. We've done a lot of getting out and trying to recruit. We go to the job fairs, we go to the colleges. We've had some luck out of that, but we're not the only agency doing that. All the agencies are doing that. It's funny, I went down last year to Alex Tech, still one of the bigger law enforcement programs, and there wasn't a single student that knew where Virginia, Minnesota even was down there. So convincing them to leave the Twin Cities or southern Minnesota where they're from to come up north, it's kind of a tall task, but still worth the trip though. We did get a couple of applicants out of that one. Didn't pan out, but still worth the trip going down there. We do have 2 of our personnel that currently teach at the college on a adjunct instructor basis. That helps, certainly, to be able to get in front of those students and not only be an instructor, but then kind of fill them in about what Virginia PD is all about is huge. There's not many other agencies that have officers working there right now except for the summer skills program. Then it's kind of a hodgepodge of different deputies and officers that teach there. But we are pretty fortunate to have that going for us. But we will see. One other thing that when she gets it up, I'll kind of hit on a little bit. Oh, look at that, just like magic. Just like every time, right? So one thing that a couple other local agencies have done when it comes to the recruitment side of things is a community service officer positions. And as I point out in here, those are non-sworn officers, but they're typically individuals that are either, they're individuals that are either in the law enforcement program or they are looking to get into law enforcement. So they'd be entering into the program. So again, we already kind of talked about some of the issues, and we know some of the reasons for the crisis perception of police, and we saw what happened after 2019 and George Floyd and all the stuff that came out of that. Wages and benefits. Since 2019, we have seen in our local area many deputies and officers leave their agencies to go work at the mine. And it's very difficult to convince somebody to continue doing this line of work when you can go make more money out at the mine. So we're always competing with that. The dangers related to law enforcement, I think, go without speaking too much about that, but undoubtedly we talk about it a lot at the PD. We're one bullet away from death and one mistake away from indictment. That indictment side of things has almost become a bigger deal since 2019 than the bullet side of things. The length and cost of school to become a police officer, and we'll talk a little bit about that, maybe ways we can mitigate that, and the mental and physical toll that this job takes on officers. We've had an awful lot of officers get out of this line of work since 2019. A lot of people retiring early or just leaving without a pension altogether to do something else. All right, recruitment. We have opportunities, incentives, benefits, and a work environment. Opportunities, this is the CSO, Community Service Officer position that I spoke a little bit about. Other local agencies have found this to be a real nice pipeline to get people in the door. They can do a lot of the things that we around this town need. Britt loves when I start talking about a CSO position that can go out and help Trish with blight stuff. Because like we've said a million times, Trish and a pickup truck are not going to solve our blight problem. But if all of a sudden we had CSOs, whether it's 2 or 3 different positions where they're working on a regular basis, they can identify these properties where we're having the continued issues with that. They can help with the parking, which Vice Mayor, I know you'll be excited to hear even somebody else out there doing the parking attendance. So it would be a nice, we have our parking monitor, he's out there 20 hours a week. Especially during the winter months though, you need somebody full-time out there. And with the shortages we currently have at the PD, we're essentially 3 officers down currently. So any given day shift where it used to be 4 officers on, we typically have 2. That's half the people. So to have our patrol officers out there doing parking monitor stuff during the day when they're busy responding to all the disturbances and domestic, but they just don't have time for it. During the day is when the tow companies also ask to have them come and tow any vehicles because they don't like having people on call to come out at night. But again, our officers don't have a lot of time for that. So having a parking monitor or possibly CSO positions out there to help with that would take some of the weight off of our officers. Some of the more minor calls, again, like I mentioned, blight, animal calls, field some callbacks that maybe officers otherwise would have to take time to do, all huge things. Another thing that happens a lot is when we have evidence that needs to be driven to the BCA over in Bemidji, that takes time. One of our officers or one of our detectives has to drive over and bring that evidence over. A CSO would be able to do that. So our detectives can continue to focus on the important things, following up on the cases that they need to follow up on. So there's a lot of really good things. I know Britt also likes when we talk about the different events that we have coming up and the ability to have these CSOs on hand to help with the parking and traffic control and things like that. Land of the Loon, being able to have them up walking around during the event. Parks in the evenings, having these folks being able to drive through those parks while our officers are on the scene at whatever is going on here, there, and everywhere in town. We have people dedicated to going through all of our parks, around the lakes. We love this new trails that are out there, but we need somebody to be monitoring them all the time. Our officers certainly can't be out there all the time. As far as the CSO position, and that's where we'd be looking for a little bit of direction down the road from the council on if we can make that happen. We've been running short for well over a year now. So as far as budget goes, we would look at probably offsetting one of those full-time positions that we are already allotted and possibly slide in those CSO positions on a temporary basis. And as long as we see that's working, then maybe down the road, we'd look at that as a budget item. But it would be nice if we could get that in place here before this spring. Because I know we have an awful lot of those cadets currently asking if we have one of those. One of the local cadets actually just got hired as a CSO in Cloquet. Plans on driving down there all summer long every single day. So, if we could keep a kid like that here in Virginia, that'd be a plus. Okay, some of those other things, pay, even compared to some of the other smaller agencies, we actually are paying less to try to get somebody in the door. Chisholm PD's almost $2 an hour ahead of us starting wage. $2, that's tough to compete with, so little things like that. What we found too is the younger generation, I won't call them anybody, any particular names or anything like that, but they like time off. They absolutely love time off. So other incentives that we could think about when we're going in, obviously we don't want to get too deep into contract stuff, but time off is important to these younger officers. And what Chief and I have found is that when these officers request time off, they don't care if everybody else on their crew is already off. They want that time off and they want it off now. And if we don't give it to them, they'll go to another agency that will give them that time off. It's just kind of where we're at, unfortunately. But to get young people in the door, we need to give them a decent amount of time off. 12-hour schedule is great. Everybody pretty much works a 12-hour schedule in law enforcement, though. Okay, it's just some other ideas that we threw out there as far as trying to get people in the door, possibly helping them out with college debt that they have after so many years of service, something along that line. When you look through here, you'll see at the very end on the PowerPoint, I put a lot of other agencies and what they're asking. A lot of them have sign-on bonuses, and we currently do not have anything like that. Again, it's at least a way to get them in the door. It doesn't necessarily mean they show up today and we give them a sign-on bonus, but maybe if they make it through probation, or they make it past that first year, we give them a bonus, or they stay an extra 2 years, whatever the case may be. and officer retention bonuses along the boards. You know, we used to have things like longevity that we'll talk about in a minute, but a lot of those things have gone away. Now, one good thing that we have in Virginia that a lot of other local agencies don't or won't have, we're going to have a brand new, beautiful building. And I do think that's going to help get some people in the door. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's very exciting every time I drive past, they're seeing that. And you can tell a lot of the cadets, when they talk to us, they ask about the new building. So it tells me that they're excited about it too. But undoubtedly, the new office spaces, training center, physical fitness center, things like that are going to help. Okay, retention. This is almost a bigger hurdle than actually getting people in the door, is hanging on to the people that we have. We have a lot of really good officers. When you work in Virginia, you're busy. So the experience that you get here in just a short period of time would take years at other agencies. So unfortunately, though, every single year we're losing several of our officers. You go to the state patrol, you're making what a deputy chief or a chief makes here at Virginia walking in the door at the state patrol. Currently, word is on the street that the county is looking at giving their deputies a 7, 7, and 7 over the next 3-year pay increase. That's going to be tough for us. That's going to be real tough. Now, I know when we had our League of Minnesota Cities labor management training, and she was talking a lot about how you should never compare a city to a county when it comes to agencies and stuff like that. That's fine if you guys don't want to do that, but what I'm telling you is our officers are comparing our PD to the county. And boy, that awfully much incentivizes them to leave at any given time. So keep that in mind, please. Kind of what I'm talking about here. Never before has it been easier for officers to jump ship. Okay? I'm telling you, the other chiefs in the area, it's almost become a game trying to recruit the officers that they have. East Range recently grabbed one of our officers. One of the counties down near the cities grabbed one of them. Lake County grabbed one of our officers. St. Louis County is always scalping our officers. There's no doubt about that. To be frank, Virginia PD we do have some major issues that are hurdles that we need to overcome, and they're not the easiest, that's for sure. Advancement. We're a smaller PD, so there's not a lot of room for advancement. We only have so many lieutenant positions, so many detective positions, obviously one chief, one deputy chief. So when you have folks that have been here a while and they kind of get stuck at that point where they haven't been able to advance yet, you can tell frustration starts to set in. And like a lot of agencies, when we have retirements, there's probably going to be a tidal wave of retirements, but how do we get those officers to stick around for that point when it comes? Because then there'll be some room for advancement. But unfortunately, things kind of get bottlenecked at the top quite often. Opportunity, unlike the county, we only have a few alternatives to being a patrol officer. We only have one K-9 position. Down the road, we would like to get possibly a second K-9. We'll see how that goes. We have the school resource officer position that we have not been able to fill just because of staffing. We would like to get that up and running again once we get our staff levels back up. Drug task force, we only have one member that's on the drug task force. And we have our community outreach position, which Lieutenant Swenson still does. Again, but those are all positions that as they're filled up, they're going to be filled up for a while. Equipment, one of the biggest things that seem to draw people to the county is they get a take-home squad of their own. They walk in our doors and they're sharing squads nonstop. So it's just one of those things that, it's very expensive for a PD our size, a city our size, to be able to afford enough squads for that. Even not necessarily take-home squads, just having officers with their own assigned squads would go a long ways. But again, that would be a big, big budget item that we would have to plan way in advance for. Work schedule. You see a lot of officers, once they've been doing this for many years, and shift work starts to wear on you after a while. So the coveted day shift positions that we do have, all of a sudden when an officer hits that 8, 9, 10, 12-year mark in their career, you can tell they want to do something that's more straight days. It's obviously better for family life, so on and so forth, weekends off, speaker itself. But again, there's only so many positions here at the PD. Another one of those issues that we tend to have. Training. We are fortunate. We have been doing a pretty good job on the training side of things. Young officers like to go into training. I've heard it said in this chambers many a times, questioning about certain trainings and why officers are being sent to that and this. I'm telling you, it is a huge, huge ordeal for our officers to be able to go to training they want to go to and that Chief and I feel is important for our PD. So I just wanted to bring that up. All right, these are some of those long-term benefits that have gone bye-bye. Okay, the longevity, which had served as recognition of the experience and expertise and loyalty to the officer's service to the city. Okay, that is no longer something that our younger officers get. Okay, so something down the road, maybe we consider bringing back when an officer hits their 5-year mark, 10-year mark, 15-year mark, whatever the case may be. And lifetime medical went away many, many moons ago. Something else, whether it's, officers used to get that at 100%, maybe it comes back as a percentage. When you retire, it'll help you at least get to that Medicare age, and that's why that lifetime medical is so important to get them to that magical Medicare point. Okay, I did throw this in here. This is some comparisons from LELS. Okay, again, just plant the seed. LELS, the police union does have their contract up at the end of this year. So hopefully at some point this summer, maybe you guys will start negotiating. And, obviously 2026 budget, the conversations will start sooner rather than later about all of that. But like I already mentioned, some of the local agencies are getting pretty big pay raises for their officers. We've got to do something, okay? The rest of it, okay, I mentioned here that currently on the Post Board site, you can go on there yourself, there's 135 agencies that currently have jobs listed, okay? I'll let you take the time to go through those if you want. But with that being said, do I have any questions?
Counselor Motley?
Thank you for the presentation. I do have a question. You said we were down 3 people. Are those fillable positions or are they non-fillable positions at this time?
Well, they're fillable if we could get some applicants.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I support our law enforcement 150%. 777 is huge. There was a time though, just because I had friends that were VPD, where they were leaving to go to the county, even though they were making more in Virginia.
Yep.
So I don't know, is Virginia's package for benefits better than the county?
In some ways, yes. Okay? And one other cautionary thing I'd throw out there is, we all know when negotiations start, and again, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too far, but we'll offer our officers a raise and at the same time make them take a hit on medical. Does that help us retain officers? No. Now, the county, typically their dental isn't as good. They don't have the deferred comp. So those are all things. But again.
And I understand that. It's just, I come from healthcare, as probably everybody knows, and the benefits in this city are, it's hard for me, like, I guess, I know people are leaving to go to the mines because you can make all this overtime that's unstoppable, but our benefits are comparable to the mines.
Mm-hmm.
They might be better than the mines.
Typically not the pay.
Right, and it seems like nobody seems to care about the benefits of these younger kids.
Are you?
It's just the wage, and it's like, but our benefits are better than everywhere else.
They're
very expensive.
I've asked, after we do get people in the door, and these are people that, were cadets and went and talked to their whole group about what we can offer as Virginia. And after we've hired them, I've asked them, well, what has it got you in the door? And then I'll ask them, what about the benefits package I talked about? Every one of them's like, I don't care what kind of medical you had. Most of them, when you say deferred comp, they have no clue what you're even talking about. Even though we've made a whole chart to show them over a 25-year period what you could, none of that matters. They want to see what they're going to make coming in to start off with. That's the big thing. And what kind of schedule am I going to work and how much vacation are you going to give me right off the bat? Those are the big things.
Are we having in Virginia, are we having a burnout problem with some of our officers?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, not exclusive to Virginia. Again, law enforcement in general, but certainly we have lost at least a couple to those types of issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Counselor Johnson?
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Of course.
A couple of questions and then, of course, a couple of comments. So which bargaining unit would the CSO fall under?
So, and Britt and I have had some probably going to be a seasonal type position. is probably the best way that I would look at probably doing that.
Under LELS or under Ask Me? Or is that up for discussion?
That would have to be up for
Okay,
discussion.
Yeah.
and that's fine, I just was curious, because my other thought, and this is just to get it out there, is what would the equivalent be from one full-time officer to a seasonal, multiple part-time?
I can tell you Chisholm and Hibbing are pretty much paying about $21 an hour to those individuals.
Okay. On one of my very first ride-alongs, one of the most striking things that I heard was one of the officers who's no longer with us said to me as we walked out the garage door down here before that building across the street was built, is that this is a shiny target. And every time I walk out a door or into a building, I need to keep in mind where my shiny target is. And that struck me hard, knowing that in my job, the only target I have is possibly a kick me sign. Like the immense mental weight of being a police officer or a firefighter anywhere, like that framed my whole thought on public safety. You know, and it's kind of ironic that the police department, who are sworn to protect and serve, are literally having the same challenges as childcare. Both extremely important to our community, both terribly overlooked when it comes to funding, when it comes to assistance, when it comes to staffing. I've seen, you know, and like you said, none of this is unique to us, but when an officer is done with their 4-day shift and they go home and they forget that the key to the squad is in their pocket because it was one of those shifts where they had to work over and just needed to get home. Seeing officers having to double up because our squads are in for repair or something, it concerns me where we're headed. I rode along with a student I had when he was in 3rd grade, and he swore to me he would never leave this community, but has since gone to the county specifically for the opportunities. And you're spot on. People don't care about, they don't care about their health benefits when they're 20-something. They don't care about what's going to happen in 3 years. They want a big paycheck, and they want time to spend it. And they want lots of time to spend it.
They do.
And so those are things that we can't control. We can only control how do we help them be comfortable and feel needed here. And I think that's one of the key things that we didn't talk about, is that a police officer is a co-worker of an Ask Me employee, of the MAPE employees. They're all co-workers. And occasionally we have a tendency to pit them against each other. And they don't want to do that. They don't want to have to make a decision between their coworkers, their boss, and their community. And I think that's something this council can work on, is keeping that together and keeping the cohesiveness and the understanding between those 3 entities, and the city council, of course, would also help. I think the unspoken thing is people don't want to work for Virginia at times because they don't know what they're going to lose in the next negotiation. Probationary employees in general do not sit on negotiating teams. Negotiating teams are based on usually someone who's been around a long time. And I've seen in my years here the new people being thrown under the bus so that the older people can get what they want. And that is brand new employees or people just past their probationary period. So the challenge we're having here is much bigger than what you presented, and it's much bigger than the police department. It's a societal thing, and I think we as a council need to figure out how to best support everybody and create a place where people want to work and they want to stay, not because the benefits are great, not because the pay is great, but because they feel welcome and they want to be here. So as we move forward with this specifically and all the other things we need to work on, that's where my mindset is going to come from. Like, how do we create a place people want to be working, a place people want to live, and a place people want to stay. And so I appreciate you coming forward with this. I appreciate your honesty about it, and it is hard to hear, but nothing you said is untrue. These are pretty much facts. I know I have friends who work in the law enforcement program on the educational side when it comes to English and math and all the core subjects. And they used to be embedded in those programs, and they no longer are because the need is not there when it comes to 13 graduating students, which is also affecting what skills they have when they come to us. They do not have the ability to type effectively. They have very poor communication skills because they're not getting that there. They're learning it here. And as you said, we're college part 2, and then they go somewhere where they can make what they want. So thank you for bringing this forward, Chief. I appreciate it very much.
You bet, Counselor.
Counselor Bachschnider?
Thank you. So recruitment and retention, I would say, is like my love language, right? I work in a healthcare organization. This is kind of what I do, so appreciate the presentation for sure. On the slide where you had the data overall, it looks like that we're missing Virginia's data. It just said like #name ? So I would be curious like where Virginia is falling in on this chart so we can see that. And I'm wondering if we have a formalized partnership with DEED to get that data as well. I think DEED is that state resource that can really get us that information.
Britt, don't you have access to some of those? Isn't that what the league typically uses?
Okay, perfect, thank you. You also talked about a few of the schools. I'm wondering, with like Hibbing specifically, are we having all of these students come and do ride-alongs and things like that as well throughout the course of their program?
Yeah, we offer it up to all of them.
Okay, perfect. And then my final question for now is, what is the City of Virginia's retention data? Like, how long does an employee typically end up staying with our organization?
That's a good question, and we probably could throw that together, just going back at least, I would say, the last 10, 15 years. Let's get that together for you guys to look at.
I think that would be helpful to see, and especially in making decisions on the community service officer. One final thing that I would definitely encourage you to explore is this seems like a really good opportunity for a dual training grant. That application opens next month, and it's really focusing on the mentorship and employing somebody with your organization while they're also enrolled in school. So I would definitely encourage you to look at that. It does require an organizational match to do that, but it's a good opportunity, and it really is a good, it's, I would say, important in building out these sorts of programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Friedlieb?
Thank you very much for this presentation. Very informative, very educational. My sources tell me that there may be coming hundreds, if not thousands, of law enforcement officials becoming available in this country, and it might behoove us to send query letters to those agencies to recruit from there, because there are going to be people seeking and needing jobs
Absolutely.
that are being released from positions that they currently hold. Just an FYI.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely good heads up. I think the one other thing that I would just, again, not to go down the rabbit hole of contract negotiations, but I know in the past, and again, I was the LDLS president for many years, it seemed like when negotiations happen, so much wanted to take the police union and compare it to the other unions. And I really hope that this time around, you look more to other agencies and not so much what's happened with other unions. Because I think we're gonna fall flat on our face if we do that.
Now you completely understand. If I can jump in really quickly. When we were in mediation, we were told we have to look at our other unions in the city. We cannot separate because any mediator or arbitrator is going to look at our other unions. So I agree with you, Chad. We try to look at other cities, but we also still have to keep looking in-house, so.
No doubt. Because again, our officers are looking at other agencies, I promise you.
And Counselor Bachschnider?
One other question that I have is, I'm curious if within the state of Minnesota, if there's any loan forgiveness programs for officers working in a rural part of the state. I know that exists a lot of time within healthcare. So when you're recruiting down in Alexandria and more urban areas, if you can use that as a piece of recruitment, just something to look into.
Yeah, that's a good question. Absolutely.
So my question would be, when would you like to continue the discussion? Maybe get some of the other pieces of information and...
Let's give me a couple weeks here, and I'll bring it to you guys on what exactly we want the CSO position to look like. I think that's an important first step, is How can we get somebody in the door? Now, again, it's good for them to get a snapshot of the PD, great for us to get a snapshot of them as an employee as well. So, but that's why I think it's important to have that as a seasonal, possibly, position. Otherwise, you kind of get boxed in sometimes. But yeah, let's have that conversation here in the next couple weeks.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, I appreciate the time today.
Any other further questions for Chief? Okay, thanks again. Go ahead, Britt.
Next item on the agenda is a request to discuss seeking external candidates for an open position in the Public Works Department, and we do have Jim Rosfit here.
Jim, if you'd like to come
Good morning.
up. Morning. You want to give us an overview or a little past history on this position, Jim?
Yeah, this is actually a repair foreman position. Tom Sear held that position for quite a few years. And I'd just like to say kudos to him. Great employee, very talented, from concrete to carpentry to labor, an educator, good with the younger generation. Really be a tough guy to replace. I'm glad he went towards retirement and let him enjoy himself, but he will be a tough one to replace. But I am in need of another repair foreman to fill that position.
Counselor Bachschneider?
Thank you. So I would say my first questions are probably more so for Britt. So when someone leaves the city of Virginia, is the council notified of that position being posted prior to it being posted internally?
We are bound by the union contract to post it within 7 days internally.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. Per collective bargaining agreement language, do all positions being vacated through resignation or retirement have to be posted internally? So that's within 7 days, it has to be posted internally. So I would like to make a motion to direct city staff to notify the full council and mayor via email of all internal job postings that are not required for us to approve at the time of the posting being made with the job description attached.
Moved by Counselor Bachschneider. Is there support? Is there support? Counselor Motley? I guess I got to call. Is there support?
Can I just have her repeat what she said?
You repeat that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would like to make a motion to direct city staff to notify the council and mayor via email of internal job postings that are not required for the council and mayor to approve at the time the job posting as made with that job description being attached. So that's the end of the motion, the purpose being that we're just aware of jobs that are being posted.
I'll support that for discussion.
Further discussion, Counselor Motley?
I actually appreciate that because I've been on this council now, this will be my 3rd year, and I have no idea what's going on unless somebody, something like that, somebody tells me, otherwise we aren't aware, or I'm not aware, I guess. So it'd be nice to know what's happening kind of in the background. Thank you for that motion. Thank you.
Counselor Johnson?
Thank you. Our council and councils before us have set up protocols to make the city run efficiently, and I think that this is not necessary. I think that internal postings happen regularly, and we have management staff that very well manage them. Our postings are available to us, just like they would be available to anybody else. If it's a matter of adding the council to the posting that goes out to the individuals, I'm fine with that, but I don't think it needs a council, a motion and a vote. I think that our staff are more than capable of taking a direction and moving forward with it. I will not be supporting this at this time.
Counselor Johnson, is there any further discussion? Counselor Friedlieb?
I tend to agree that it would be another level of administrative oversight that's probably just more cumbersome than necessary, but, so I don't know that it's, I guess, Britt, where do you stand on such a recommendation or suggestion?
I foresee it being kind of like we do our postings, we put up 20 of them throughout the city. I think we just do another 7 and give it to the council, just like any other thing. That's your intent, right, Counselor? Because we really have to follow the contract. We can't.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, is what is the process to post? And it's really just more so for awareness. So when we know something is being posted, so we know when someone is leaving leaving Virginia, whether that be through a retirement or resignation, it's truly just for an awareness thing, because now that this is posted externally, which is, great, fine, right? I just didn't know that it was ever posted internally.
We have a lot of temporary positions too that move back and forth, so it's way more postings than you think, but it's quite a bit. But we'll get you copies of them. I don't think it's an issue whatsoever, but I just want to caution that we do have to follow the contracts, and it's not meant to be a door to open to violate contracts language. I don't think that's your intent. I think
No,
your intent
it's
is just
truly
awareness.
just for an awareness.
Okay, Counselor Johnson, and then to Sherry.
Thank you. And I think it's important to realize that as the managers of the city, we can't be discussing that stuff outside of it's an employment issue. So if a posting gets posted, we don't get to know who that is. We don't get to know why that is. We don't get to know any of those confidential HR things. And that concerns me that it feels like what's coming, with all due respect, is another level of micromanagement moving forward. Well, this got posted and someone did this and did this and did this. And we have paid professional staff to manage that entire level of business, of the contract language, of all that stuff. So we ask our staff to do an incredible amount of work, and I don't see any benefit to myself as a city councilor knowing the day-to-day internal operations of of a job that's available for posting, because it is such a busy moving parts machine with hundreds of employees. I don't need 8 more emails a day saying that we posted a position, because I am confident and have full faith in our staff that they are managing what they need to manage. Thank you.
You have anything further, Counselor Bachschneider? Counselor Friedlieb?
So Brett, you're saying ultimately it would be send out the internal posts to the union and then copy to the council. It's that simple. Okay, thank you.
And I guess I would like to just add, if I might, part of my concern, and I appreciate the motion, but part of my concern is that staff have moved into positions, and Sherry's got a board in her office, and I think there's at least 5 items, maybe 6 items on that board of staff moving into positions that were required to either A, get some licensure, or B, some sort of performance in order to retain that position. And a lot of those keep getting extended and extended and extended, and that's actually my biggest concern with how the contract language reads, with being able to move internal candidates to internal postings. Obviously, that's contract language. But if they don't meet the minimum requirements, I'm not sure that I know that that's on your board, Sherry, but I'm not sure how we deal with that if those requirements are not being met. And I think at least by having some awareness that is someone vacating a position and a new internal candidate posting into an internal, whether we don't get to see that, yes, it's all private, confidential information. My biggest concern is that the internal postings are, that they actually have the the qualifications that the job description states. And then have we also discussed, and I know there's a motion on the floor, but have we also discussed how the part-time employees at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center are posting in to internal positions, full-time internal positions? And I think that's another conversation that we need to bring forward, maybe at the next personnel committee, or we could do it at personnel committee of the whole. But I'd like to understand a little bit more of how how that works. But for me, my concern is when we do have internal postings and internal candidates moving into those positions, I want to make sure that they are qualified. And Sherry, do you want to add anything?
I just wanted to clarify, you had mentioned that this was posted outside. It has not. It's coming to the council today. No, I just didn't want to have some confusion. It has not yet been posted outside externally, and so I just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
Counselor Friedlieb, did you have something to add?
I guess I just want to say, when we look at these documents, such as we had a retirement in Public Works Department and the repair crew, I mean, what Jim has already stated with regard to Tom Sear doesn't even come close to recognizing the value of a person that's been on staff in this community for as long as he has. And the skills that he brought to the job, the knowledge, the experience, and particularly the sense of humor that that guy held to provide levity amongst the crew to keep them working even when things were going rough. So that's the one thing that I want to mention is like these things are so generic and we forget to recognize the fact that the people we are losing are MVPs on our staff. So I just want to make sure that that's been stated. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Counselor Friedlieb. So we have a motion on the floor. Further discussion, Counselor Beyondich.
Thank you, and thank you for all the conversation. So I just have a question. When people leave or vacate a position and we fill it, there's so much bumping going around. Are we prematurely filling positions, knowing that somebody is it 60, 90 days to come back into that position? Not that it's this case, but,
Have to post it within 7 days of a vacancy.
okay, regardless if somebody has bumped in and so we could be potentially hiring people we may not need.
This is why it's taken this long to get to this point. Tom retired actually in December. Yeah. So before we bring it to you for this permission to go external, we shake through the whole thing.
Okay,
And we
Thank you.
wouldn't ask for an external until we got to that point of we've done everything internally. We have no place else to go.
okay, thank you.
Could I have a point of clarification? So the contract language states we need to post within 1 week. What is the contract language saying we have to fill? So we can post, but say we're not necessarily sure we want to fill this position. Legally, we're obligated to post it, but
45 days
we have 45 days to fill.
to fill or determine what we're going to do with the position.
So how is that determined, though, when it's never brought back, like Counselor Bachschneider is stating? We have 1 week to post it.
Then you'd be implementing layoff.
Pardon me?
You would be implementing layoff if you terminated the position. It would either be layoff or it would be,
Right, and I'm not asking that. What I'm asking is the determination, whether do you want to fill that position or not.
you trust your supervisors. Is it a position that you think that we're going to need to fill? And if it's nobody comes back, if we end up with an internal position, nobody posted internally, like in this case, we come to you and ask, can we go outside or not?
And I think that's the mechanism in which you're requesting that we have part of this as kind of, we've got an external hiring policy chart, but we have nothing internally.
Just the contracts. The
Just the
contract language
contract.
dictates all the. internal
However,
posting.
post 1 week versus fill 45 days, you still have a 45-day window
To decide.
to decide.
Yep, and you let your supervisors decide that. Do they think they need, Jim Rosfit's here to tell you he needs this position.
Okay, and that, yeah, so that, I'm just, and then Sherry, would you like to add?
I just want to say, I believe your initial question, Acting Mayor, is that when does the council get to decide whether they're going to fill this position or not? That's your decision today. You get to decide now, it's gone through the contract. Do you want to fill this position? If you do, we'll have to go externally.
Okay, further discussion, Counselor Motley.
When was Tom's last day of work with Public Utilities, as in on the ground working?
He was on vacation through December or something. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And so this is me hypothetically speaking, because this is an AFSCME position. okay, we're talking about the garbage and possibly keeping it or not. That's 3 positions if I'm correct. Okay, 3 positions. This city has a tendency not to lay anybody off, in my opinion. What if the council gets rid of garbage and chooses to outsource? That's 3 positions that potentially will be bumping around and bumping people. And then is it possible, if the city chose to outsource, which remains to be seen, that somebody gets bumped into some foreman job through the AFSCME contract? Is that possible, or am I just going out in left field here? Is there anybody qualified to be to do what he does down at Public Works? Is he the only one that does what he did?
That's a good question.
We,
I can't foresee it.
right,
And sit back and wait whether I have someone coming from the garbage department.
right.
You know, I need a repair foreman now. I've got construction coming right around the corner. I mean, we're behind on projects already for the year.
Okay, if I might just call, let's take a vote on the motion on the floor, and then we'll continue the discussion for item number 4. So is there any further discussion about the motion that's on the floor? Counselor Bachschnider.
Pam, can you repeat the motion back just for everyone? Thank you.
Might have to help me out. I just got part of it, but.
I can.
Moved by Counselor Boschneider, supported by Counselor Motley to direct staff to notify the council and mayor by email of internal job postings that are not required to be approved by the council to make the council aware of the positions.
Okay. So is there any further discussion based upon that motion? No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Pam, could you take the roll call, please?
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich,
Aye.
Boschneider,
Aye.
Friedlieb,
No.
Duffy is absent, Johnson,
No.
Motley.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2. Okay, so let's go back, if we could, to discuss the request to seek the external candidate for an open position in the Public Works Department. And can I just ask before we start this, just so we are all on the same track? Excuse me. Was it a Public Works position? And then like a lead, they said, okay, we agree to be the foreman for X amount of dollars. Is that how that position is? So is it like the lead where they are agreeing to become the foreman? They're a Public Works employee who has agreed to become the foreman.
It's an actual position in the contract, so they would be, the repair crew foreman has been around for 10 years. They direct staff.
Okay,
they decide
so
what
it's
they're
not
doing
like
for
the
day.
lead. I just
No,
wanted to make
Not like a
sure.
team leader,
Okay.
it's different than that.
Okay,
This
thank
is an
you.
actual position.
Counselor Johnson?
So I feel like I can answer Counselor Motley's question in that all of that has already happened. Everybody in the ASCME union in the entire city has had the opportunity to bid into this position because that's the way the contract works. So nobody, whether they're qualified or not, is interested in this position at this time because we've had it posted. We did all the stuff we had to do for the contract. Nobody wants it. And we can't force people to take these positions because of the contract. So, to answer your question, yes, there's nobody who's interested and or qualified to take this position at this time. So it's come to us to say, do we want this position? Yes, we need this position. Our staff are telling us, yes, we need this position. I needed this position filled in November, but we had to go through the contract information. Perfect. So today we get to say, yes, this is a good job description. Yes, we need to fill this. Yes, we need to post this to see if anybody's willing to work for the city of Virginia in this capacity. Once that happens, it stays open for the number of days. The applications come in, and because it's not a MAPE level position, it is up to our supervisors, who we pay very well, the professionals, and our administration to determine what the next steps are. And then they come to us with a recommendation that says, we think this person is the best qualified person for this job. That's how it works. That's how it's worked forever. There's no other way to do it at this time. Based on the contract level, we have to trust the staff we hire to do their jobs. My concern is that the more levels, the more involved this council gets with hiring and managing people, the less people will want to work for the city of Virginia. The people who work for us are highly qualified. They do an amazing job. They stick to their contract, sometimes better than the council does. And we need to let them do their jobs. We need to let them find out what's wrong. We need to let them do the things we pay them to do. I consider myself an expert in education. I know very well IEPs. If one of our employees needs some help there, I'm all over that. But I know nothing about filling a pothole. I know nothing about cutting down a tree. I know nothing about adding numbers together so they make sense to the government. I know nothing about that. I trust our staff. When I have questions, I go to the staff and I say, please explain this to me. And they do, and if it doesn't make sense, I ask again. Otherwise, I let them do their jobs. And it feels like more and more this council wants to be the managers of the city instead of the policy and fiscal responsibility agents. Now I'm going to hear, well, the taxpayers. Right. Everybody in this town pays taxes. Every single human being in this, including kids, pay taxes when they go to the store. That money comes back to us. Taxes are something we use to run the government. So everybody's a taxpayer. I pay taxes on my house, I pay taxes on my gas, I pay taxes on everything but food, more or less. So when I'm sitting here, I'm trying to look out for the best interest of our city this year, next year, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years out. And at this point, I have a lot of reservations about what our city is going to look like in 5 years because nobody's going to want to work here. Nobody wants to be micromanaged to the point that we're questioning their day-to-day decisions when we've given them all the policies. If we need to change policy, that's fine. But once we've done with the policy, we need to allow our staff to do their jobs. If we don't like it, we bring it up and we change the policy. We don't need to be the people that determine if the team, 5G, team collaboration, foster effective working relationships with crew members, that's not our job to determine at this level. That is Jim's job and Britt's job and the rest of the administration. And I will continue to move forward at that level because I feel that's why I've been put here. Everybody has a different reason why they're sitting here. Everybody has a different idea. But for me, that's how I'm moving forward. The job description is 2.5 pages long. And that's just the job description. That doesn't count all the contract language. It doesn't count all the policies. It doesn't count the day-to-day operations. None of that. So I think that we really need to move forward, and I will move that we authorize the external posting of the repair crew foreman for Public Works. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor by Councilor Johnson and support by Councilor Friedlieb. Further discussion, Councilor Bachschnider.
Thank you. Some of my first questions are probably more just like system-wide as the city of Virginia, just being new, trying to figure out some of our structures. So my first one is does each department within the city of Virginia have an organizational chart, meaning how many positions are there, what job titles everyone has, what that looks like department-wide?
Good.
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect, thank you. So then, probably now a question for you. How many foremans are there? Is this the only foreman position, or is there multiple foreman positions?
I actually have 2 repair foreman positions. So usually in the springtime, summertime, even in the wintertime, I can run 2 crews and have a foreman with each crew if need be. So I have some options there anyways. But and my last repair foreman that was brought in has only been there, he's going on his 2nd year, but he did pick up a lot of knowledge from that first repair foreman. I'd love to have the same thing happen again, but like Gary said, that knowledge went out the door, and it's tough to retain it, if he's not there anymore, so.
Perfect, thank you. So then, in the time that the role has been vacant, who has been filling the job duties?
The one repair foreman.
The one repair foreman.
And occasionally we'll have a guy step up. Well, somebody will get that pay and take that role, but they don't want it as a full-time. They don't want the responsibility of full-time, but Dave Lundmark will step up quite a bit as a fill-in repair foreman.
Knowing that, do we know what the overtime report looks like since the role has been vacant? Has there been an increase of overtime?
Well, we've been doing more with less, a lot of it's been snow removal this winter, so I would say our overtime, it's been average. We picked up more because we are shorthanded, but we're down some equipment also. So we're using smaller equipment for snow removal and needing more bodies to fill that smaller equipment, so.
Okay, thank you. So I'm assuming the process is then that you or the department head at any role, but you looked at the job description, you brought it forward for approval to AFSCME first, when then that didn't get filled internally. Then now we're discussing posting it externally. At the time of posting it with AFSCME and now, was there a discussion if the position and the job description needs to evolve or change over time? Or would that take place
Takes place before posting.
before posting externally? So now would be the time if,
We did update it before the internal posting.
okay, so it was updated already. Perfect. And then my final question would be, what would happen if the role doesn't get filled?
Obviously, we're gonna be doing less. We're not gonna be getting the work done that we need to accomplish. We need someone with that knowledge and that leverage to motivate and align stuff and set up things, so we can actually do the work, so I gotta put somebody in responsible for that, so. And they meet daily in the morning with me every morning anyways, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Bachschnider. Counselor Motley?
Jim, just a question. Is it possible that through training, somebody down there can do the job of the gentleman that just retired? Is it additional training required to do this position? Certifications, et cetera?
I quite don't understand. Could you repeat that?
Okay, yeah, so in my head, I'm still thinking about the possibility of 3 AFSCME employees if in my head, I want to see where the garbage discussion goes because we have 3 extra employees if the garbage goes outsourcing. So my thought is, for this foreman position, because nobody wants it, is it because it's more training, there's nobody qualified to do it down at Public Works, or it's just a position that nobody wants?
I think it's more a responsibility thing. The thing I guess I want to bring back to you is, and I know you guys are aware of this, we're bringing people into our department that don't have backgrounds in our line of work. They don't have that construction background. They don't have that carpentry background. Those are the people I want working down at my department because they're going to stay there. They're long-term employees. They're not going to jump ship, go somewhere else. And it's, and I know it's a union, it's a union issue, but it's something we need to correct. If we want to have successful people down in our department, we want them people that want to be down there and work, and they're going to thrive in that type of work. So what I'm getting is a lot of guys don't want to step up because they don't want to try to become a supervisor or a boss when they don't know anything about that position or that line of work in the first spot.
And
But, I have people down there that are lacking qualifications to even work in the positions that they're in now.
Due to the bumping in the union language,
Yes.
did try to correct that. We failed flat on our faces, but we tried for what it's worth on your behalf.
Yes, and I understand that. I know,
Yeah.
I've heard everybody say it, even again, Chad, same, dealing with it with Chad, it's tough.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor. Do you have anything further, Counselor Motley?
I know we have a motion on the floor, and I just want to state at this time, I 100% respect what you're saying, and I completely agree with it. I am going to be still voting no until I know where the conversation goes with the garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Motley. Counselor Bachschnider?
One more process question, just with job postings as a whole. So if this was to pass and get approved prior to hiring anyone externally, does that come back to the council for approval?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so before I just have one other comment, and it basically stems for when we're doing these internal bumpings or, posting internally, I think this is what the broad conversation is that we do need to have, and I'm not trying to micromanage, but because contract language is sticky and tricky, if you're being, if internal candidates can do the internal postings, but they're not necessarily qualified, or they must be qualified or they couldn't be, is that correct? I'm just at a loss here as how, what you're saying is, you're getting candidates in there, or employees that are working, that have bumped in, but they're maybe not necessarily skilled to the level that you would rather they be skilled. Is that correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, and it comes back to a long-term position too, where, a guy that's, say, a chef, he doesn't want to be a waiter out there on the floor, he wants to be a chef. You got to make them comfortable in that position. I've got some things going on even with our sewer department right now. There's some other positions out there in the other municipalities. They're headhunting and trying to recruit other employees of ours already. So, and I could lose people again there.
So maybe we could also bring this back to the Personnel Committee for further review, just so that we are assured, or I know we have a process, and you're discussing the process, but maybe it is time to review our process and we have to make sure that it reflects the contract language, but maybe that's a point that we should do. So I would like to see that come forward as a line item on the next Personnel Committee meeting. And then Sherry, I know you had a light on earlier. Did you want to go ahead and answer that question?
Asking about qualifications, minimum requirements. Sometimes the employee doesn't even come with the license, and so they're given maybe 6 months to get it. Sometimes the employee has a license but no experience. And I think that's the second one that's really in Jim's courtyard there, that you want people there that want to be working there, not just for the pay or just to get employed with the city.
So it sounds like maybe we need to tighten that up a little bit, so that the applicants that come forward have the skill set that is required by the position.
Well, absolutely. I think it would definitely benefit my department. It's the same thing as the police and the fire. They're taking people of professions for their levels. I feel at Public Works, we should be doing the same thing.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. And Counselor Motley?
I don't, help me understand, I don't know how we fix that when we tried and we failed in union negotiations. Like, how do we fix the bumping on unqualified people? Like, we tried, like, the couple of us that were in there, like, went down swinging, trying to fix the problems with that contract, and we lost miserably. Like, how do we fix that? I don't think a personnel meeting is going to fix that. We were in open negotiations with the union and we fell flat on our faces. Like, I don't think a personnel meeting is going to fix that. How do you try to negotiate that when you can't negotiate like it? So the bumping continues and the wrong people are in positions that could be filled with more qualified people. How do you fix that? Like, we have the whole council here. Like, how do you fix it? Sherry?
Well, I mean,
Sherry?
in the past, long time ago, we used to have field tests. I don't know, for whatever reason, we've got some kickback with the new rep from ASME, but I think we test the waters again. We were allowed to do field testing, past practice. You put them on a grader. You put them on the different equipment. If they couldn't pass it, if they were going to be a liability, sorry, even though you're an internal candidate, you can't.
And that I did see, I I did have one, that I didn't feel was qualified, and I kind of put some pressure where I wanted to show them that, you've got to show me that you can run this equipment or do this, and, they basically stepped away from it, but when you're not held accountable, and in my position, it says that I'm not there to train, I'm there to guide, but we don't have a training policy or training program down at Public Works. We seek qualifications that come with that line of work, and that's where, and I feel your frustration, Liz, because I know I've been talked with Julianne before, I've talked with Maya before. I believe all you counselors on this, that, man, we'd like to get some people in there that are qualified, that are gonna be long-term employees, and that are gonna be there for 30 or 40 years. And we're gonna fill their heads with knowledge, and we're gonna keep that, we're gonna retain all that. That's what we're looking to do. That's what we need to correct. I don't know what the answer is to correct it.
Thank you so much for that, Jim. Counselor Friedlieb and then Counselor Beyondich.
And I guess I would say, like, with this position that we're talking about, there's a self-correction that's already occurring. There's people internally that will not apply for this job because they don't have the organizational wherewithal that they saw in Tom Sear. They don't have the supervisory capability that they saw in Tom Sear. They don't have the skill set that they saw in Tom Sear. And so that's why this remains open. There's not somebody that's able to fill those shoes right now that we currently have on staff. So we need to find somebody that can and can interact and engage with the crew in the same successful manner that Tom had done for years. So, I mean, we are in need of filling a position that's a huge loss to our Public Works Department right now.
Thank you, Counselor Friedlieb. Counselor Beyondich? Oh, you're done. Okay. Jim, I do have one. Is there any further discussion? I have one further question. If things go differently with garbage, and there potentially would be some internal candidates that way, depending upon how the council, what the council decides, how quickly things would change, would that be a potential that you, since they would be long-term employees, that you would maybe consider hanging tight until we vet this portion out?
Possibly. Like I say, I'm not really sure what their qualifications are or their backgrounds are besides the positions they are in. I haven't done any research into that, and I haven't been here long enough to know about it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Counselor Friedlieb.
And would they not have already sought this position when it's already been posted internally?
Yes, if they would have been interested. I know those that are in our solid waste, they want to stay in solid waste. In fact, some of them bid directly into that, for employment, so.
Thank you so much. Any?
If I may?
Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
I appreciate the large conversation we're having here. I think do we still have a motion on the floor?
We
Okay.
do.
And what I'm kind of taking from the conversation is we may have identified some bigger issues or some bigger causes that aren't on the agenda today. Perhaps we could dispose of or take action on our motion, then maybe refer some of these bigger issues back to the Personnel Committee or back to committee to come back before the council in a more formal process on an agenda. Because I know we're talking about some things that are kind of hypothetical things that affect union negotiations or labor relations, and we may want to refer those things back and get a formal opinion or position together before we address them.
Thank you for that, Brian. Okay, with that, is there any further discussion regarding the motion on the floor? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Pam.
Beyondich? Bachschnider?
No.
Friedlieb?
Aye.
Is absent. Johnson?
Aye.
Motley?
No.
Paulson?
No. Motion fails. 4-2. Okay, and Jim, I believe we'll probably be taking this up in the very near future, going forward. Counselor Bachschnider.
I'll make a motion to move the opening to the Personnel Committee for further discussion.
Moved by Counselor Bachschnider. Is there support? Support by Counselor Beyondich. Further discussion, Counselor Johnson.
I would prefer come back to a committee of the whole that's televised so our public can understand for clarity and for transparency reasons that it come back to a committee of the whole meeting and not a personnel committee.
I'll amend my discussion to that. Purpose of my motion was to keep the discussion happening around the position. Thank you.
Okay.
If Counselor Beyondich is amenable.
You're okay with the amendment? And Counselor Friedlieb, further discussion
We're foregoing the recommendation to the Personnel Committee then?
of the whole, Personnel Committee of the whole.
Committee of the Whole.
Okay, any further, Counselor Johnson?
I will not be supporting this because we do not live stream or tape our committee of the whole, per individual committee of the whole meetings either. So it needs to come back to a committee of the whole on a Tuesday so people can be here and listen and have input. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's what I changed my motion to. Okay,
Just
to
phrased it
Committee of the
wrong.
Whole. Perfect,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep, no problem. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
I would,
Aye.
excuse me, I would like the clerk to read back the motion specifically because the words Personnel Committee of the Whole were used, so I'm confused.
Moved by Counselor Bachschnider, supported by Counselor Beyondich, to move the discussion for the external posting of the Public Works Department repair crew foreman to the next Committee of the Whole meeting.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion
No.
carries. Oh, opposed, Pam, please take the roll.
Bachschnider,
Aye.
Friedlieb,
Aye.
Duffy is absent. Johnson,
No.
Motley,
Yes.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1. Okay, we're actually gonna, Britt, if you want to add a number 5 under personnel.
Yes, I need to add one more item underneath personnel. We have a request for an existing employee in the fire department who's already out on an unpaid leave of absence, asking to request to extend the unpaid leave of absence.
Good morning, correct. Employee is already out on leave of absence. They are requesting an extension. This extension would go until March 17th. It would still fall within the 6-month for the local 390. Based on your approval.
Mayor, or Vice Mayor?
Counselor Motley?
Would it be your recommendation to extend it? I guess I'm making my vote on you. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? I have a question. Has there been one extension already?
No, this would be their first extension. I
First
believe.
extension. And is this paid or unpaid?
Paid.
Unpaid.
Voluntary leave of absence.
Okay, and Sherry?
I just want to ask the attorney, do we have to put the name of the person in this extension? Okay. I'm in agreement. Some other issues have come up, and I'm in agreement with this extension.
Okay, so there is there
I'll make the motion to extend.
a motion by Counselor Motley. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Counselor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Britt?
Thank you for letting us add that. Appreciate it. Item number 5 was review the proposals for a lease of a 2024 grader for the Public Works Department, and this is referred from the, you're still here, from the February 4th, 2025 Committee of the Whole. I was looking for Jim Rosfit to make sure he was still here.
Thanks, Jim. I know, well, there was lots of discussion at the committee of the whole level, then further information came forward at the council level regarding the lease, the term of the lease, the payments of the lease, and the interest rate. And I think that's what we're here today. Is that correct, Britt, to kind of finish our discussion on that? So, Counselor Friedlieb?
I did receive information and a link to other information regarding used equipment that's available that may be a cost savings to the city. I did share that with Jim today, not a whole lot of time for him to review that, but I think there are other options available to the city that, I don't know what the time frame is already in terms of like the equipment that we don't have or isn't usable, but point I'm trying to make is that we may not have exhaustively explored the other options available in terms of acquiring the equipment we need for a much better price than we're looking at currently. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Counselor Freelieve. Any further discussion or questions for Jim Rosfit? Counselor Bachschneider?
Thank you. So was this grader budgeted for?
Pardon me?
Was it budgeted for?
No, it wasn't. We have been running though, and we're in the predicament we are because we bought used stuff in the past. Right now, I'm sitting on a 1994 grader. I'm sitting on a 2001 grader. I'm sitting on a 2005. They're all used graders. We bought them used. One had a blown up motor when we purchased it. We had to rebuild the motor on it. Now, we run 3 graders. Every time there's a snowstorm, we run 3 graders. We do alleys now, we do streets more now, we put hydraulic down pressure down, because we don't have steam heat that melts half the snow in the city. So we're doing a lot more work in the last few years than we were in the past. We're trying to scrape down to the ground. They have hydraulic down pressure on them. And like I say, these things, they're old, they're worn out. You start getting these kind of hours on them. And I looked at used graders, and when you look at it, it's your dollar amount, it's just not there. To get into anything, you're still $250,000 for used grader that might have 7,000 hours on it, which is half of its lifespan. You know, and I've got another grader down there it has holes through the frame that are rusted through on it. You know, it's not, you know, I came into this position and everything down there was like a third world country. We know we've got to make things right and start adjusting, and it's unfortunate that we've got to put money into stuff, but you can't keep putting Band-Aids on things or not replacing with things that are going to work for us. I'm all right with the used grader, but geez, let's get at least 1 or 2 decent ones that we can count on all the time, and then when we see a good buy on a third grader, maybe we can do it. But right now, we're not in that predicament.
Thank you, Jim. Counselor Johnson?
Thank you. And thank you for bringing up the steam. When we first had this discussion 7 years ago, that was one of my questions. When the steam goes away in the alleys where everybody's dumping their snow, what happens next? And this is exactly what happens next. And again, we are telling you how to do your job instead of letting you do your job. One of your challenges when we interviewed you was coming into a culture and a facility that needed help. And that's one of the reasons I was very excited to have you come in and clean up the public works to get us to a point where instead of having to get this equipment and scrape it together and Band-Aids and duct tapes and we have world-class mechanics that are literally making stuff out of nothing so that we can keep moving forward. And when it comes to the amount of time our mechanics spend on a grader versus paying for a new grader or leasing a new grader, I don't want to ask you to run the numbers because that's irrelevant. But logically, getting a new grader and maintaining a new grader is going to be cheaper, and that grader, we have our equipment that runs forever anyway because of our mechanics. So buying a new grader or leasing a new grader, and we do our stuff, the lease has all its good maintenance stuff in it, we're saving time and money long-term, and at the end, maybe we get to buy it out for a couple $100 or whatever, and we have maintained a brand-new grader instead of trying to Band-Aid a used grader. Again, this is one of those things that we like to sit here in this room and complain about streets and alleys and not being plowed in the time frame and who's first and what's going on, but yet we won't give you the tools to take care of that stuff. ahead of time, so those complaints go away. I will move to allow staff to move forward with the proper documentation and agreements for the lease of, let me get up to my, for the Public Works to move forward with the lease agreements.
Counselor Johnson, I just have a point of order. Our city clerk would like to add a few things, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I'm making a motion first, please.
Okay.
I would move that we direct staff to move forward with the proposals for the lease and bring forward the proper one that makes the most sense for our department.
Moved by Counselor Johnson. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Motion fails for lack of support. Pam, would you like to bring forward some further information?
Sure, thank you, Counselor Vice Mayor Paulson. So I did contact McCoy after we received the lease information from them. The grader would be purchased through Sourcewell. We only need one bid per state statute. So when I did go to my MCFOA meeting a couple weeks ago, we had a speaker there who is from AMCO Advisors. And when I discussed with him what we were looking at purchasing, he gave me some information. Right now, between the debt service schedule that he provided and the lease that we did get from McCoy, we're saving about $20,000 in interest if we do go with the AMCO Advisors. And the gentleman at McCoy, it doesn't matter where we get the lease from or how we go that route to them, it doesn't matter. So we don't have to purchase or do the lease through the John Deere. So we could go through AMCO, which is, like I said, going to save about $20,000 in interest moving forward. So I just wanted to give you that information.
Thank you for that.
To help your
So
decision.
Pam, what you're stating is there are other, basically leasing companies, finance companies out there for leasing vehicles.
Correct.
Other than going directly through John Deere, and this
Yes.
particular company would save $20,000.
Correct. So the interest is 4.25% versus 5.6. The total interest on the lease with McCoy is $75,092, and the interest on through AMCO is $56,017.
Thank you for that information. Counselor Johnson.
Jim, were you aware of that conversation or this information?
Yes, I was, and I was good.
So Pam, when did you get this information?
Last week.
So why wasn't it included in the packet for today so we could have reviewed it
is.
over the weekend?
It is.
Okay,
Both of them are in there.
okay,
AMCO and, they're both
Oh.
in there, both leases,
okay.
along with the quote from John Deere. And the quote is updated. Jim had made some revisions on the equipment that he needed, so I also have the updated quote, which is $440,000.
Okay.
I don't have the
And
page numbers for you.
I'm there.
Okay.
So I'm really confused then why my motion to have staff move forward with the selected one, because this discussion could have happened with a second, and that information could have come out, and then staff would have still been able to bring something forward for Tuesday's meeting. So it's a frustration of mine that that would have been the proper protocol, a motion, a second, and then the discussion of which one we should go with the vote to go from there. So it's just a frustration that I have, and it's one of those things that happens often where we have all this discussion and there's no motion to be discussing. So because that had come up earlier, I just want to point that out as well moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Bachschnider.
Pam, can you point out one more time on what pages you were looking at? Or even if you just hold it up, that might be helpful for me. Thank you.
So this is the AMCO advisors. I don't have the page number.
Page 64.
So if we were to move forward with approval, what would the cost annually be?
The total principal and interest payment would be $96,703 for 5 years, and at the end of the lease, you can purchase the grader for $1. And this is with a $20,000 down payment as with the previous lease discussion.
Counselor Bachschnider, further?
Thank you. So because this wasn't budgeted, where would we be finding the $20,000 for the down payment as well as that initial $96,703.51 for this year's payment?
Rick, do we have capital equipment money for the $20,000 down?
No, and I believe at the last meeting, the discussion was it was going to come out of your budget.
Pardon me?
It was going to come out of your budget for this year,
Okay.
the 20,000, and then we
Yeah,
would
and that-
budget for the next year.
And that's fine if that's where it's gonna come from. You know, I'm gonna have to cut some corners, but I'm eating it up in the shop anyways, because it's gonna cost me to put a transmission in a grader that's 25 years old. I'm putting 30,000 plus into that, and then I don't know what I'm gonna get out of it in 6 months from now, so. Whether we can budget for it next year, is to be seen. You know, I've got several other pieces of equipment that I'm dealing with, but, you know, we're trying to keep things running with what we have, but a lot of the majority of that stuff is 30-plus years old down there.
Counselor Beyondich, further?
Thank you. Just a question, Jim. On the other two graders, how old are they? I'm just curious to know the age of our equipment.
One's a 1994, one's a 2005, one's a 2002. And the thing with the grader also, being in the city, they should have all-wheel drive, which means 6 wheels, all 6 wheels on them should spin. Only 2 of them have all-wheel drive on them. One, you know, we got a good deal on it. We bought a 4-wheel drive grader. Doesn't work for the application we're using it for. We're using it, but it's not scraping and cutting the way it should be and pulling that, your blade, your moldboard, it's called, like it should, and it's not cutting corners the way it should, so.
And which one is the one that's down that we'd be replacing?
The 2002, unfortunately, I was hoping I'd rather see the 94, but the 94 also has holes through the frame that you can stick your hand through.
So maybe this is a bigger question. You're wondering where the money will come from in the further years. So if we're looking at this one and the next one goes, how do we do this? I mean, you're looking at $100,000 out of your budget for 5 years?
And I'm looking at, hopefully now, we're sitting good on loaders now, but we do have a lease on a loader and a skidster now, and those run out, I believe, in '26. So if we could pick up from that, and if we can just occasionally rotate where we can get where we're rotating one piece of equipment at a time instead of needing to make so many purchases, and then we're turning a profit and we're getting out of equipment while it's still worth something. But we've got to get into a program and a pattern. We're not just buying used and running everything into the ground. And the options aren't there anymore. The parts aren't there anymore. Since COVID, and I've said it before, they shut down manufacturing lines, they shut down assembly lines for these parts. And I'll bring it up in our next topic after the grader. I got some issues going on there, and they're just not available anymore. It's not there.
Thank you, Counselor Bondich. I just have one question. Well, I don't know if it's a question, but clarification. So I thought the 20,000 for the next item was coming out of the budget. So you're saying now there's going to be two $20,000 expenditures coming directly out of the line item for 2024. And how are you proposing that you can work with that deficit of $40,000 coming directly out?
Well, I don't want to go down the wrong trail right now. I'd rather bring up what we're dealing with after this. It's a whole different level on what we're trying to acquire, I can get into it if you want to, but.
I'm just trying to understand, is there going to be two expenditures of $20,000 each coming out of your current budget?
No.
No. One was out of 24?
No. We will take $20,000 out of his current budget for the initial down payment of the grader. The second item that's on the next one coming up, we would take out of the contingency fund.
Okay, thank you, Sherry, for that. Okay, that was the only question I had. So I'm not sure where we're at right now with, we need to have further discussion. Counselor Bachschnider?
One additional question. Is this a piece of equipment that if we needed a third grader, we could rent it briefly and continue to operate with the two that we have until next year? Just because this isn't a budgeted item, and would that be a cost-saving measure until it could be included in the budget?
That's a good question. Unfortunately, it's $10,500 a month to rent a grader. So we're basically throwing money right out the window. If we were to rent a grader for the winter season, that would basically eat up, your year of lease there. So I don't like spending money if I'm not getting anything back out of it. At least on the purchase or lease of one, we have an investment and we've got a warranty. We've got 72-month warranties on these. Pretty tough to pass up on that. So you're not, the only thing you're paying for is a wear item then and service.
That explanation, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor Bachschnider. Counselor Freely, do you have something to add? And then over to Counselor Johnson.
Yeah, knowing little to nothing about any of this, Jim, and you've already said that you've had some questions with regard to used equipment and so on, but just with the link that I was provided, and I don't know if you had time to look at it, from RDO out of Wadena. For example, there was a 2020 John Deere 772G motor grader with only 1,350 hours on it, with an extended warranty that goes through to 2027 on the powertrain and hydraulics, up to 4,000 hours. And it's listed at like $328, which is about $100,000 savings from what we're looking at new. I mean, is that worthy of us to be at least shopping around for that kind of thing? Or those are the kinds of things you've done and have come up short in the past?
That's how I feel. I've looked at what you're seeing, a lot of reasons why a lot of equipment's coming back is because there's been an issue with it. They won't buy the lease, or they won't, because it's been somebody else's problem in that. And at least I know what we're getting with a new lease. We're getting a new piece of equipment, we're getting a warranty with it, and we're getting that value out of it. Like you said, I looked at quite a few, anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000, 3.5, but I mean, we're looking at a little over 400, and we're buying a new grader.
My only concern beyond that is that you're gonna have to be looking to shave off, upwards of 100,000 over the course of time of paying off this thing so that's gonna impact other services you provide or issues that arise. That's my concern as to whether or not that's gonna be easy to do. But if the need for the grader is more so than what you anticipate losing, then you move forward, I guess.
Well, I don't have a lot of other options. I mean, I've got 3 graders, 4 loaders, every plow truck I own, every pickup truck with a plow on. When it snows, they're all out. When one of them's down, we fall behind. It's as simple as that. And I didn't create this problem. I came into this 3 years ago, and I knew that it was going to be a storm to come into this. We need to make a lot of corrections. We need to move in the right direction. And this is what we're trying to accomplish, so we can get into a routine. And after, say we've got a grader for 10 years or 12 years, we can say, well, let's look at rotating that one out and getting a new one. But here, we're so far behind the 8 ball that we have so many pieces of equipment that are past their life expectancy already that we're struggling with it every day.
Counselor. Okay, Counselor Johnson, and I'll come to Counselor.
Jim, when would the delivery for this new grader be?
It's a good question. Depends, I went to council meeting last week, got kicked back again, so it's all up to the council on that. The price is only good through the end of February. Then there's a price increase come March 1st, so.
Okay. And in a perfect world, could you get 2 of these right now? For a $40,000 down payment and $200,000 a year after that? I'm just curious to know if there's 2 available, if you know about, if that.
There probably is, but
Okay.
I guess I'd be happy with the
Absolutely,
one.
yep. I'm just, again, I've been sitting in this chair for 8+ years now, and we are having this discussion every year with fire department and ambulances and trucks, with the police department and squads, with public works and all of our heavy equipment. We are, what you said, Jim, is right on. We are fixing a problem that came before us, the deferred maintenance. In my experience, we keep putting these problems off to somebody else to fix, and it has to stop. We need to start fixing them now for the long-term well-being of our citizens in our city. The number of things that, deferred maintenance, we don't have a steam system because of deferred maintenance. If we had maintained our steam system throughout the city of Virginia, we would have the cheapest energy source on the face of the earth right now, and it would be effective and efficient. But instead, we didn't fix things and we put Band-Aids on them. I will continue to support purchasing new or leasing new and getting on a cycle so that the next person that has your position knows what they need to budget for and plan for. We are spending more money on Band-Aids and fixing and emergency purchases than we would be if we were on a plan and we were making logical sense. A lot of people talk about running a business and what that looks like. I don't know of very many businesses that would still be open doing what the city does when it comes to long-term purchases and planning. When you're in the restaurant business, you don't buy your food for next week, last week. You go to food shows and you purchase 3, 4, 5, 6 months out at a good savings. And we don't do that here, and I think we need to start looking at that. And I appreciate all the work that you and your staff put into doing this. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Counselor Beyondich?
And I came on shortly after you, Counselor Johnson, so I've sat through these as well. We used to have a capital outlay for equipment, and I'm not even sure where we are on that.
Thank you.
Sherry, I'm sorry.
All right. We still do have capital outlay. But as you know, it requires a bond for the price of this equipment that they put on the capital outlay. So we don't bond every year for equipment. And that's another thing. You can have, I call it a wish list, because when it comes right down to it, it's going to affect the levy and everything else. You can wish here, but if you don't have the money, you can't buy.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing up small business. I had one. And I also bought my equipment as I needed it. Was it always new? No. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Beyondich. Any further discussion? Counselor Motley?
I think he needs the equipment. So I'll make the motion to approve the lease. Thank you.
Oh, point of order for clarification. Are you referring to the new lease that
The cheaper one.
Pam was discussing? So, Pam, do we need to apply for that lease, or is that? It's just a motion, okay. Okay, so moved by Counselor Motley, supported by Counselor Johnson to, I guess, approve the new lease for the 2024 grader for the Public Works Department. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing no further Counselor Friedli.
I guess I'm moving in the direction of approving this, but primarily because there's an imminent nature to the acquisition for the work that needs to be done, correct? Thank you.
And then as Pam, could you hand me that one paper one more time? The one that says the availability. It's in our packet. And just on the John Deere quote, it says the unit in stock in Escanaba, Michigan, subject to availability, price per Sourcewell discount expires 2/28/25. So upon this approval, Jim, we would still have to go through the council for full and final approval, what date is that? Tuesday. The 20. So it's the same date that? 25th. Oh, okay, so it's previous to the expiration. Okay, so that would work. Okay. Any further discussion, Councilor Beyondich?
Just one last question. Is this your recommendation? And you're confident that the money will be found?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I know we did have cost savings too with, for the winter time, we did.
Other departments as,
Or other parts of my budget. I also might be able to get a little something for that existing grader. My bid is, and I'll bring that up next meeting, is to put it on government surplus bid and see what we can get out of it. It might get something for it anyways, so.
as long as it's your recommendation that we move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beyondich. Councilor Motley?
Just another food for thought, and this obviously still remains to be seen for the 100th time today, but about the garbage, that if the council down the road chooses to outsource the garbage, there will be assets that could be liquidated to help offset the costs of the loader. Thank you.
Sherry, did you have your light on? I'm sorry, I missed you.
I just wanted to piggyback on where you would find some of this money. There is 2 leases, Jim is right, that are going to expire in 2026, which will roughly be about $60,000. Don't quote me on the total price, coming off the top of my head. So we've already set in motion a budget there. And yes, I think once you start cycling in, it kind of helps the initial sticker shock.
Jim?
And you're also going to see those costs go down in the shop, believe it or not. Granted, we still got plenty of stuff that's dated back there, but you're going to see a lot of those more expensive costs, radiators, transmissions, drivetrains, engines, things like that. You're not going to see as much of that anymore.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Pam.
Friedlieb is absent. Johnson,
Aye.
Motley,
Yes.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich,
Aye.
Bachschnider.
No.
Motion passes 5-1. Okay.
Thank you.
Britt, 2, after item 6,
Break?
can we take a break? Yes, thank you.
Item number 6 is a request from Jim Rosswood again to purchase a 2008, it should be a Ford F-550 from the Virginia Public Utilities in the amount of $20,000.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilor Johnson, supported by Councilor Beyondich. Any further discussion? Councilor Bachschnider.
Thank you. So the motion I made at the city council meeting last week was to ask Jim to show us where within the budget you would be cutting the $20,000 from the fund to purchase the truck. So I'm curious if you have any additional information. And then one additional question I have is Britt had mentioned that there was a truck that's barely operational, and similar to what you were just talking about, would we be selling that truck as well to make any money off of that? Thank you.
Jim?
As far as the funding for that, Sherry said that would come out of the contingency fund. And the situation we're running into is this truck that we have or have had of theirs is a 2005 F-550. It's a smaller service truck, but it's got a bucket on it, so it's got a hoist, put people up, do our Christmas decorations, trim trees, things like that. we've been borrowing it from public utilities for a couple of years, and I was hoping I could just continue to fly under the radar, but they're in the same boat where they're trying to recoup, and they gave us a real good purchase price on it. And our dilemma is, we have a bucket truck and a polecat. We have one already. They're bigger units. They came from, both of them came from public utilities. Unfortunately, one's an 88, one's a 1994. Both of them have not had inspections done on them in quite a few years. We technically shouldn't even have anybody up in them buckets, or those booms shouldn't even be in the air. Well, and the worst part of that is Polecat went out of business. So they're the manufacturers of parts for both of those machines. So I'm working with Reach-All right now, where they might be able to recertify both of them. And I'd be happy if they just recertified the bucket truck. The Polecat, we might just cut our losses on that one and need to rent a crane from, say, Lency when it comes to setting panels, Christmas, some of the Christmas decorations, things like that. Because there's another big cost. But I figure this would help us absorb some of that cost now. And that was last certified in '21, so that's gonna need a certification on it too. But at least we feel that that needs the minimal to get it up and operational again, where the other one might take some time and money, and that's another one we really can't live without, but. So I'm trying to, instead of coming to you and asking you for another new truck or another piece of equipment, and the reason why we're looking to use, because we don't use it that often, and we've had that in our service, in our fleet since it's been new. My guys have maintained it since new. They know what they have, they've got all the records on it. To me, it's, it's a good purchase for us for what we're looking at.
Counselor Bachschnider?
Thank you. What would the balance of the contingency fund be after this purchase?
I would have to do the math, and I can send that around, but there's enough money in there. We haven't used any
Wait,
for 2025.
My concern with this is it's just so early in 2025, and we're making, a lot of large purchases this early into the year, which I understand things happen, but unbudgeted items this early in the year is very concerning to me. Thank you.
I have a question.
Carrie, go ahead.
Jim, how much is a new truck, a new F500? Is it 500?
New F-550 would be probably $225,000 set up that way. Our last truck we bought it didn't come with a boom lift, and I think we had 130 or 140,000, so you're probably looking at another 80,000, so you're over 200 anyways. And the thing we're getting into here is I've got trees that have to be cut before March 31st, or I gotta pay a contractor, so I'm gonna have to pay a contractor, I'm gonna eat that cost up anyways.
So if we don't buy it and Public Utilities puts this out on bids, it's going to go like a hot potato.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, it's a 2005, it's got 61,000 miles on it. We know the records on it, we've done the maintenance on it.
Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Pam, roll call.
Johnson,
Aye.
Motley,
Yes.
Paulson,
Aye.
Yondich,
Aye.
Bachschnider,
No.
Friedlieb,
Aye.
absent.
Motion passes 5-1. Okay. Britt, would it be okay if we take a break?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll just take a 5-minute break and come back for item number 7. Thank you. Okay, is everyone here? Okay, go ahead, Britt.
Thank you. Item number 7 is discuss the responses from the request for proposals for city solid waste, and then also the solid waste fees.
Would you like to give a kind of an overall synopsis, Britt, for us?
Sure.
To begin our discussion?
Sure. As directed by City Council, the city staff did prepare the RFP and received 2 responses. We sent out quite a few. We sent out 16, I believe, and we did publish it in the paper and had a lot of conversations with some people. We received 2 responses. We did some comparison based on what it would look like per month if we continued with our service or went with different services. The prices are generally in line. They're both pretty similar. Norland Environmental was one of the options, and they did have a couple more options available for residents, being a 32-gallon or a 64-gallon and a 96-gallon dumpster. Waste Management was the other proposer, and they proposed a 96-gallon dumpster. We did ask them to provide extra can charges if somebody needed an extra can, so they both provided fees for that. We asked about extra bags if there was overflow, which is a problem we know we do have currently, so they have both provided fees with that. We did talk about recycling with both the vendors we did interview both of them. We did talk about recycling. We do realize recycling is going to be a big task to bring on because that would require additional extra cans for each recycling unit. But we do agree that's a good goal to work towards, so we all are advantageously looking at doing that. And it was the consensus of the committee at the time, if we were to go with a contracted service, that we look at going with Norland Environmental Incorporated. So now we're looking to the full council. This has been a very large discussion regarding solid waste rates, regarding the outsourcing. What do we like to do going forward?
Okay, who would like to begin our conversation? Counselor Motley?
I guess I could begin, just kind of going over some things with Norland. They do have a representative here too, if we have any questions, or the council, mayor. They offered 4 different, multiple, actually more than 4, 3 different charges for residential, whether it be a 32-gallon, 64-gallon, 96-gallon. The prices were good. They offer valet, and I know Waste Management does the same. Looking at one thing that, like, people look at their bill and they see, oh, my garbage rate is this. And okay, well, Norland says for a 32-gallon is $17.49. Oh, well, I pay $17 right now already. It's not that cheap. But what the taxpayers might not be aware of is there's other things happening besides just the garbage fee from the city of Virginia. You're also getting a county tipping fee, and it keeps increasing due to the fact of illegal dumping in our garbages, which then increases our loads, our weight, and everything keeps going up, and it gets put onto the taxpayer. Also, county solid waste fee, we get charged too. So it's not just the garbage fees for the taxpayer. There's multiple things going into the price. And also, we discussed this at the finance meeting this morning. Share your Brit. We also pay public utilities something for the garbage too. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, public utilities is our billing service, and so we do pay a fee to them to bill for us for the solid waste and then also for sewer fees.
Okay, so it's more than just what you see on your, just, there's more to it than, it's not black and white. We've talked about last week, or even the week before, I can't remember, raising the rates, because it's not, what we're charging isn't covering the cost for garbage right now. So if you raise the rates, yep, we can keep making money in the garbage to cover garbage truck purchases or recycling trucks in the future. This company, before we even raise the rates, is coming in cheaper than the city of Virginia is providing garbage right now. They're cheaper. So whether this council chooses to outsource and remain with our current garbage service, they're cheaper. They're cheaper. So you can say, well, the garbage has a history of making money, and it does. Did it last year? It did, but did it even cover the purchase of the new garbage truck that we had to buy? It did not. It will not. We're trending in the wrong direction. We're not charging enough to cover future services. For instance, just chatting with our city administrator, rising costs of employees, equipment, materials, et cetera. It is cheaper to outsource. So your options are this: you charge more to the taxpayers to continue to provide a service with city staff, or you charge the taxpayers less and you bring somebody else in. So that's kind of where we're going. The whole idea is not to, for me, I am not about charging the taxpayers more for anything. If I can find a service that provides the same thing, or who knows, better with more options, I'm going to choose that every single time. This company also will, so if you look to, and this is, just throwing out information, if you look to outsource, they're going to cover the garbage cans. The intent is to go to all single carrier cans. You have different options to choose. A way to reduce the illegal dumping in a city is they're going to put locks on the cans. So you can have a key or they'll have a key. Anyway, we're locking down the cans to try to reduce the tipping. What else am I missing, Councillor Paulson, or the rest of the staff that was there? I'm trying to think. We covered a lot. Or, excuse me, I'm going to go on one more thing. They came in highly recommended. I want to say that also as to why, not that the other one isn't either, but they had a letter, a big recommendation from the mayor of Beauvais, who's using them currently, granted smaller than the city of Virginia. They had some, I thought, relatively heavy shooters from St. Louis County Service, Environmental Service Department in our own Virginia area. A Dave Fink, who is Director of Environmental Services for St. Louis County. Another one, John Strukel, Solid Waste Operations Supervisor, St. Louis County. These are in this area. Also, this company, the gentleman that presented isn't here right now. His father is on his behalf. He works directly with the St. Louis County landfill, and they are hoping he wins this bid. He is directly working with St. Louis County to get this St. Louis County in single-phase recycling, which it is not right now, which is slightly a problem. The counties, I would say, in my opinion, is not with the times of single-phase recycling, so we're a little bit behind. Like, you go somewhere in the cities and you got a garbage can and you got a recycling can, and you can just dump everything in the recycling can, and then we don't have it up here because we don't have single-phase recycling. He's helping to get that rolling in St. Louis County, right here in Virginia. So he's already here, and he has, thanks to Councillor Paulson during the interview, suggesting this, become a commercial taxpayer in the city of Virginia and get on the tax roll. So he's committed. He wants good things for Virginia. He's helped roll out services in larger cities than Virginia. I think that's all I can think of offhand. Is there anything I'm missing? Any of the staff that was there? Council Paulson or Sherry?
I just actually had a question because my memory.
Sherry, go ahead.
Sorry. Mayor. When would the cardboard pickup happen? Would that start day one? I can't remember. And then when would recycling happen?
I think what Steve had hoped for was the recycling would be maybe in a year. It's things with the county not being a single-phase recycling is where you'd have to, for his trucks to do it, I believe you'd have to bring it to a different county to dump it or something like that, because, can you explain that on his behalf, please?
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Greg Walter, Steve's father. You're correct on the single-sort recycling.
Excuse me, what company are you with?
Norline,
Norland. Thank you, sir.
okay. You're correct. The single-sort recycling needs to be a separate facility, which St. Louis County doesn't do it. So until they get, and Steve, he's worked with them a lot. And they like them, they enjoy them, and I think he could get St. Louis County to change a little bit for this and for other cities in St. Louis County. It's just easier to process or makes it simpler. The cardboard for the commercial stuff, that would happen pretty quickly. I mean, just to have the bigger dumpsters, the commercial dumpsters that are set up for that rather than the 300-gallon totes that are currently used.
Okay, was that your only question for Ms.? Okay, thank you so much. And Counselor Bachschnider, or Counselor Motley, are you finished? Counselor Bachschnider, please.
Thank you. So it looks like that in August of 2024 is when the proposals went out. So I'm assuming that the interviews probably took place around September, October-ish. I'm a new counselor for those of you that don't know, so I'm just kind of learning everything as I go here. For rate increases with the county for tipping fees, do those happen annually? Do we know?
No, they don't.
How often do they happen?
The last one had been, it was quite a few years, it happened a couple of years ago, and they do have a public hearing when they do increase their tipping fees. We don't have any control over it, they just tell us they're gonna do it, and it's by ton.
Okay,
Then we have to adjust our rates based on what they,
yep, perfect, thank you. So I guess the point in that questioning is because now it's a new fiscal year, calendar year, is it safe to assume that the quotes that we were provided are still good quotes? Was there an end date on the quotes from the vendors?
that's a great question. And the intent of the RFP was to enter into negotiations for a contract. So things could change in the negotiations when we get to that point of actual contract.
Okay, thank you. So I just kind of want to go over garbage as a current state within Virginia and some of the questions that I have. And I know we talked about this morning at the finance meeting as well. I understand that our expense and revenue sheets are not finalized and they won't be until the audit is complete. But as of what was shared within this agenda packet, this is what would be true. The revenue received in 2024 is $1,983,692.79, and that can be found on page 76 of the COW packet under the year-to-date actual column. Expenses in 2024 are found on page 77. We are sitting at $1,437,047.91, and that's found about three-fourths of the page down. And so that leaves us a profit of $546,644.88. We then have an additional expense called administrative overhead. And so that is a transfer to our general fund. So our garbage fund is currently an enterprise fund, so we operate it as a mini business essentially. So that $250,000 is then transferred to our general fund to help balance our budget. And so by having the discussion, so once we've done that transfer, then the profit that we had is $296,644.88. And so I understand that might change a little bit here going forward. And so knowing all of that, we know that the solid waste has consistently paid bills. They would have been able to fund the purchase of that truck from last year had we not transferred money to our general fund to help balance our budget. They were operating successfully. And so I'm just struggling to make a decision on what to do going forward if we keep this service in or out. And I'm not even really asking a question. I just wanted to have this discussion and put those numbers out there for conversation at this point. But this $250,000 to our general fund is really kind of what I'm looking at and kind of stuck on each year. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Bachschnider. Any further discussion, Counselor Johnson?
So I think it's important to remember that the billing and all that stuff has to happen somewhere. And because it's a mini business, basically they're contracting out to do billing and stuff is my understanding, could be not. As I have said every time we've had this discussion, I want to not pay for other people's garbage anymore. I am tired of as the number of times my business owner friends have to call to get an extra pickup because somebody from not Virginia or even somebody in Virginia dumps garbage in their garbage because all of the garbages are full on their alley and overflowing. I've got hundreds of pictures. Every time I see it, I take a picture. So they're time stamped of garbages, especially like this was a long weekend. Down on 6th Street in the 200 block, if I remember right, every single garbage can was overflowing and most of them had a half dozen bags sitting around. The challenge with that is that when our drivers, for their safety, they come through, sometimes they create a bigger mess because they're lifting up these cans, dumping them, and then all that stuff that's literally piled against it is falling to where the can goes. And as we all know, because there's no steam in our alleys, the cans get higher and higher and the piles around them get higher because we as citizens are not used to keeping them clean, just like we would a fire hydrant. Like that's part of our civic duty in my world. I don't want to pay for that anymore personally. I know most people don't want to pay for that personally. Yes, I am concerned about the 3 or 4 people that will have job displacement because of that. And quite honestly, I would wonder if there won't be other job opportunities. Not that I want any of our staff to go anywhere, but there's other things to think of. But looking at the chart based on what the proposals and the discussions and the interviews, I'm guessing that my family would be a 96 gallon. I have 3 kids and copious amounts of homework, corrected homework that needs to be recycled. My bill is going to go up a little bit, but I'm fine with that. I am also, again, a question has been raised, well, sure, this is the rates for this year, but what are they going to do to us next year? The same thing your grocery store does, the same thing that your hardware store does. They're going to raise their rates as they need to make it profitable, but yet convenient for you. People are so used in the city of Virginia to not having their rates raised when we do that because the 7 people sitting around here don't want phone calls. How come my garbage rates went up again? Well, because the county went up again, because those fees went up again. That's all built into this. And folks can choose not to use them. Like, that's part of the idea, right? And I'm looking to the city staff. Like, I can choose not to have a garbage can, and I can choose to bring it to the dump myself and pay $2 a bag, I think is what it's at right now. So folks who don't want to do this, there's choices. Right now, I do not have a choice whether or not I'm going to pay for garbage in Virginia. And that's the part that I don't like anymore. I want to have that choice. Other folks, there's stuff about here on the garbage, and one of the things that always just blows my mind is that our commercial is base of $60 a month. Like, I just don't understand how that's viable for us. And this, as we've already changed our ordinances, this allows for choice. I've already seen waste management garbage dumpsters at some businesses. Good for them. We have a few businesses that have grease containers. Where does that go? Especially when it's 13 degrees below zero. Where's that grease going? How are we regulating that? This solves so many problems as we move forward. And again, I'm cognizant and I am empathetic and understand that this creates some challenges for some of our employees. But I think we can work through that. I think that's something that we need to look at for the good of the city long term. This is one of those hard decisions that nobody wants to make, but our public has put the 7 of us here to make those decisions moving forward the best we can. And so I am very supportive of us allowing for people to make some choices instead of being forced to pay for services that we are not necessarily happy with. So that's how I'm going to move forward with this, and I got some weird pop-up. There we go. Knowing that, yeah, my rates might go up next year, but I can choose a smaller can. I can choose to better manage my garbage so I don't have to pay so much. I don't have that option right now. So I will be, as we move forward, I think this is the right way to go, and I feel for our employees, and I hope we can work with them to move forward on acceptable alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Can we go to Counselor Beyondich next? Back and over to Counselor Motley.
And I'm just going to talk, not saying one way or the other. Some of my concerns are when we have a fee come before us, it is a fee. It is charged to us. It's not something we can split and add each year. And I think that may be part of why, I mean, I struggle with that part. That as a council, when a fee is assessed to us, we don't pass that fee along. We take it in increments as we go forward. One of my big concerns is the assets from the department. We'd be selling those off. Say 5, 10 years down the road, this doesn't work. Where are we going to get money to replace what we have? And I know it's always a cost thing, I think. And you're right, when you looked up the finances, I have looked at those too, that it is supposed to be a mini business where we're making money if we are charging appropriately. And it's already been stated in here today, well, we may have money from this so we can buy this. We need to think about what we're doing. I'm not quite on board with this yet. So those are just some of the things that have been asked of me. If the fees continue to go up anyway, and I get it, I wonder, has the city charged those fees appropriately as they've come to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Beyondich. Back to Counselor Motley.
One other thing I forgot to mention is this company had also said, so if we outsourced, we're done with the billing, we're done with everything. It's directly them. Our hands are, free of that. So let's say you're a snowboarder, you're going to Arizona for 5 months, 4 months. Just call the company or whatever. Be like, I don't need my garbage for the next 4 months. So guess what? You don't get charged for 4 months. We don't provide that as an option right now. So that's just, there's more options available. And obviously, if we chose them, you're going to have to go into, what I got for this was not binding. So you have to, the prices as of right now, you're going to have to get in a contract, obviously. But they are cheaper. And if you start locking the cans, when you get new cans, the tipping fees start to drop because you can't get into them anymore unless that is your can. So I think it's worth a discussion. We are discussing, but I know for a fact it's not just myself recommending moving Norland forward. It was the whole interview committee. So I'll be leading the charge, but we all were in agreement without saying names that they're cheaper. And in order to maintain a business in the city, if we have to charge more to maintain it, why wouldn't we go with something that has more options and is cheaper and is right in front of us? If I can find a way to not charge taxpayers as much, I will always support it, especially if there's service. And I think this company would be really good. I think it's worth moving forward. I'd like to make a motion to begin negotiations with Norland Environmental Services. That's my motion.
Moved by Counselor Motley. Is there support?
I'll support for discussion.
Okay, supported by Counselor Friedlieb for discussion. Counselor Friedlieb, and then I don't know, Counselor Beyondich, if you, okay. I'm sorry, I missed you.
So I guess I'll have to admit, I've been a lifelong, very satisfied customer of the city of Virginia's garbage service. It's been regular and consistent and thorough, even replacing broken cans readily when they happened out in the alley. I agree that it's been proven to be a consistent revenue producer for the city of Virginia to fill coffers that are necessary for us to be able to continue operating and replace equipment over the course of time. I don't know of any strategies that have ever been employed in the city of Virginia to combat the illegal dumping that appears to be rampant in the city. They lock their cans. Why don't we put locks on ours? I go out to my garage every time with my keys to my garage in my car. I could go out to my garbage can and open that with my key, and there could be a key distributed to everybody that uses that 300 can in the alley. I guess a point I'm trying to make, we haven't done anything to combat that or even come up with any strategies to employ to try and combat that which is costing us more than it should, as far as I'm concerned. Now, whether that's a smart idea or not, I don't know, but you could have a 90-gallon one that you could lock yourself as well. Maybe we need to go back to blue bags. I don't know. Point being, I've been consistently attended to, my family has been for the last 67 years in this town, never had a problem with it. And like I said, it provides a revenue source for the city that's been healthy forever. And we have AFSCME employees that are dedicated to this city, that are employed by this city, that have been providing that service, and kudos to them for doing that for us. So I'm not leaning in the direction of changing how we do it, other than possibly finding solutions to the rampant dumping that's occurring. Let's employ some strategies to combat that and end that or curtail that, so that it doesn't damage us as much as it appears to. So that's kind of where I'm at, and that's no disrespect to the people that do these jobs, but I'm also one that's not so much what's being provided to me, but it's the people that are providing that for me, and those are people that work for the city of Virginia. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Freely. Counselor Beyondich?
Thank you. And to the committee, did you calculate full cost savings of doing this, of moving this? And maybe further questions for the committee. When people do this dumping, they do it in our cans, but if they do it alongside the cans now, who picks it up and who pays that?
Well, the ordinance states, our new ordinance that's going into effect, is that you have to remove your can after so many hours, I can remember, and put it back. So there's really no place to dump it anymore, because you couldn't put it next to somebody's dumpster, because the dumpster shouldn't be there.
But people will put garbage where they put garbage.
And then we can find out who it is. If you're putting it behind your house, next to your garage, we're going to come after you as blight.
If it's from out of town.
It's on your property, you need to prove to us that it's not yours.
So who
Blight is going to-
pays the cost of that?
We do, city does.
City would.
Yep.
With the events that are in town, would this service cover Land of the Loon, 4th of July?
Yes.
All of the events?
In the RFP, we list the major events we know of, Brewfest, Land of the Loon, the Food Truck Festival, that those specifically would not be charged a fee.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still concerned on people dumping.
It's a problem. It's a real problem.
And I don't know that removing garbage cans is going to curb that. So then is our city staff still going to be out there collecting bags of garbage where they're left?
Right? Somebody would have to.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Beyondich. Counselor Bachschnider?
Thank you. So I believe the motion was to do contract negotiations. So if this motion passes, at any point, we could decide to still not enter the contract. So this is really just moving forward with a discussion is what we're looking at. Perfect, thank you.
Counselor Johnson, and then Counselor Motley?
Well, and I heard your question differently, Counselor Beyondich. People, there's zero accountability now. You don't know if your neighbor went out or not. And we have to pick that up. You know, our drivers, as far as I'm aware, do not get out of their trucks and throw them in the bins and then do a second one. It's a safety concern, especially in the wintertime. So I think we send a truck around, or I also, one of the things that I look at a bigger picture is that when there is, I'm not aware of what the protocol is if someone dumps a bed next to a dumpster, but they will. I feel like the excessive dumping is more of an opportunity crime than a purposeful crime. If there's not an opportunity to put it next to a dumpster, they're not going to put it next to the dumpster. And Gary, you're right. One of the attempts to manage this was the blue bags. But the problem with the blue bags is the councils then exempted rental. And so why, in my world, if I live on a street with a lot of rentals, they didn't have to use the blue bags, why should I? I did, but why should I? If we did that, then but we're still not solving the recycling problem. I do my best to recycle, but on weeks like this, it's really hard to drive to Northside and put hard, brittle plastic in a big dumpster. But we're already doing the stuff you were questioning, Councilor Beyondich, and we're paying for it without having any ability to be accountable. I am all about when and if I get my own can, setting up a camera pointing at that can when it's out on Tuesday, and making sure, because I know most people in town already have that ability. I don't. That's gonna help us be accountable, those folks, immediately. I'm gonna put a big old sign on my garage that says, "This dumpster is private, you're on candid camera." We are, and I feel like there's not a direct connect between the revenue in our garbage system and what's actually happening. Like, it's not as simple as black and white numbers that say this, this, and this. We had to come up with an extra thousands of dollars to pay for this new garbage can. What about the next one? How long did it take us to build that up so that we could buy one? And I want to address what if this doesn't work in 5 years, then we go find a different contractor. We don't have to take that, in 5 years, I can't imagine what a or a garbage truck's gonna cost us, as opposed to a business where they can use that dump truck or that garbage truck in a lot of places. They can use it, they have double things. Looking forward, again, this is one of those things looking forward that, I haven't heard a lot of people complain about which way it's going to go. I agree. I've lived in Virginia almost my whole life. Perfect service, great employees. This isn't about the service we're providing. It's about all that extra stuff that we're paying for, the tipping fees for dumpsters that are overfilled. And honestly, it's boxes. Christmas, I don't know if you're all aware that after Christmas, most dumpsters, in my alley at least, were filled with 3 TV boxes and bags piled on top. Nobody crushes their boxes. Nobody gets rid of that stuff. These are all problems that will self-solve. And I think having a contract with that, or do it yourself. And there's options for folks who are afraid to bring their garbage cans out. Everybody in Midway has their own can, and not heard a whole lot of complaints from little old men and little ladies or people with broken legs who can't get their cans out. They call a neighbor and go, "Would you mind?" And you do. I have a friend who has some challenges, and in the wintertime, I get a call every other snowstorm. "Would you bring my can out this week? My plow hasn't come." Sure, no problem. Zip in, zip out, done. So there's solutions to all of that stuff. I think this is the bigger picture of how do we start cleaning up our city. And I said this before, that we need more than a half-time blight control person working by themselves. We need a blight team that can go around and take care of this stuff. And then the city elevates automatically because there aren't dumpsters with garbage. It's embarrassing sometimes driving down the street and seeing that. Not that it won't happen, but the chances of it happening now, and then having a blight team that can go around and we can get things mowed, and those costs are just being transferred over to another thing, and now we have less complaints because the city looks nice. Our property values go up because the blight's being taken care of. Like, this is more than just putting something in a barrel and getting it buried underground to the east of us. So I'm going to support this moving forward, and I think it's time that we look 5 or 10 years ahead instead of how it affects me right now. What does it look like for my kids when they take over my house? Thanks.
Counselor Motley.
And Counselor Bianich, I hear you on what if this doesn't work out. This is just exploring, moving into negotiations for the fee, because what if what's on paper isn't what is the legal on paper, then my thoughts change. As for the assets in years past of having excess money with the garbage service, my thoughts at the finance this morning, or maybe it was one of you, I can't remember, or Sherry, invest the money. And instead of spending it into something, you can invest that excess money, and let's say down the road, if it didn't work, if you don't go to somebody else, you've got money in the bank. So that's my thoughts. This, I think it's worth exploring. This isn't signed, sealed, and done by agreeing to this motion, because there's more steps in place. But I think it's worth moving forward if we have the ability to provide more to the taxpayers, costing them less money. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Motley. Any further? Counselor Friedlieb?
So my last comment again would be, everything I've heard so far is let's replace what we have in place because of an issue, which is illegal dumping. That's the issue. That's what we need to correct. We don't have to redo the whole system. We need to correct that piece that's causing us the issue. And that might mean going to roll out 90s that are lockable or whatever. I mean, there's other options, like I said, that have yet to be explored. There's other strategies that need to be employed to combat that issue that is causing the angst about our garbage service in the city of Virginia. Beyond that, it's been a great service and continues to be. So my suggestion would, I mean, we can continue these conversations, and maybe there's more information I'll be elicited to me that'll convince me otherwise, but my estimation right now is there's a significant issue with over dumping, and we haven't done what's necessary to try and curb that, curtail that, or eliminate that. And unless and until we do, I'm satisfied with what I have. So that's my last statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Friedlieb. Okay, so without adding too much to this, if we could just go to, I believe it would be page 72 and 73 in our packet. And we've got our residential rates, current residential rates. And when you add those up, I'm getting $26.13 per month per residential. Is that correct, Britt?
With the county solid waste fee that we choose to put on our city bill, that we could put back to the county and have the county assess that fee directly to the residents and businesses rather than us doing that.
Okay, so of that, I'm trying to understand the financial piece. So the county solid waste fee is $7.08 from the City of Virginia bill.
Correct.
So our total bill to the taxpayer is it $26.13?
$26.10.
Oh, 10 cents, okay. Okay, and so I'm trying to answer Counselor Friedlieb's question as part of why we got to this portion of discussion was that we could not afford to pay for the equipment that would be needed with the current rates that we were collecting. And some of that was illegal. Obviously, a ton of that is illegal dumping. But it's that we were going to have to increase rates I think the audit was not last year's, I think it was last year's audit that stated that our fund balances are being depleted faster than we are putting in them. And I think that was both sewer and garbage? And that was kind of the cautionary, hold on a minute, we've got to rethink, why are these balances depleting? Because in past conversations that I've had, or in conversations I've had with past employees, stated we've always had a mini business within that fund, and it's always been operating in a plus, in a huge surplus, actually, so that we could pay for equipment, and we could pay for employees' salaries and maintenance or what have you. And when that audit came back, that we were depleting the fund faster and greater than we were replenishing the fund, which means rate increases. But I feel like we missed one full year of when was it the tipping fees went up or the solid waste fees went up? 1 year we missed it, and I think the city ate $400,000 that came out directly out of that fund. So in the past, we can talk to employees from the past, we've always had a healthy fund balance, but for some reason, it started to get depleted at a much greater rate. That's why we are here having this discussion. So I think illegal tip or dumping is definitely a huge culprit of why the city's fees are so expensive. But I also feel like there's, regardless whether it's city-run or privatized, we are going to have an AFSCME rate. We have to follow any contract that goes up. Those are going to be passed through. Whatever the tipping fee is, those are going to be passed through. Then you have to add on your garbage truck, recycle truck, whatever it is, on whatever type of schedule. And if those fees if we don't keep increasing the rates to the taxpayer, which are going to go, so right now, our rates are actually, Britt, help me read the chart, because are they currently more expensive than the chosen RFP contract company? Are our current rates,
If you also add in the county solid waste fee, they would be more expensive.
currently, and that's without us having to
A
vote
rate
on an
increase.
increase, which is what I think Counselor Bachschnider was saying, we're backwards here, we gotta figure out what we're doing, and then figure out if we're gonna do a rate increase. So this discussion, I feel like, is kind of both, because if we didn't do that, we would have to have a significant discussion on rate increase, and also go back to what the audit was saying, why those funds were depleted so quickly. And I think a lot of that was the 400,000 we got drained. But then on top of that now, it's gonna be new cans, new trucks. And at what point I guess at what point does that make sense to continue that? And the taxpayers wouldn't be losing a service at all, it would just be a different provider of that service. And I think we're all happy with our service. I think that for me, the discussion becomes then rate increase, to be honest with you. That's, I guess, why I just wanted to go through why we kind of got to this point. Go ahead, Counselor Friedland.
And that is an added piece that's definitely.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's an added piece that needs to be discussed without a doubt. But you got to take into account also that these guys, their trucks wear out. They're going to have to replace those. I mean, so those costs that they incur, like the city does, are going to be on our backs eventually as well. I mean, the cost of their drivers goes up as well. The cost of their equipment goes up. So all of those costs that we incur, so will they. And we will pay additionally for those increases that they have to incur. So, I mean, it could be a wash. I don't know. I mean, so anyhow, thanks.
Thank you for that. Counselor Motley.
Just a random thing, obviously, we were presented by Garbage Man Steve. His father's here representing today, but he just sent me a message that as of right now, these rates stand in what he gave us last year. Thank you.
For that, Counselor Motley, and thank you, Steve, out there. Sure. Jim, why don't you come up?
Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to bring to your attention also that our cost of our garbage truck did go up from our last purchase. I believe it was almost $70,000 more for the price of the garbage truck, and our cans also went up again. So that did create, and a lot of that came, that 21, 22 area during COVID. I just wanted to make you aware that
you.
those costs rose quite a bit on that, so.
Thank you for that, Jim. I appreciate
bet.
that. Counselor Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Counselor. I was also just reminded that one of the things that we don't do is charge a host city fee to the county because the landfill is within our, so there is something to look at as we move forward too as a city. Maybe the county needs to pay us once in a while too.
Any further discussion? Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. And Pam, if you could just read that motion back so we all understand.
Moved by Counselor Motley, supported by Counselor Friedlieb, to begin contract negotiations with Norland Environmental for the solid waste pickup.
Okay, any further discussion? And that discussion would it's basically moving one step further, and if something changed or something were in there that the council did not like, it could be not executed. Is that correct? Okay. Is there any further discussion based upon that motion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Pam.
Motley,
Yes.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich.
Aye.
Bachschnider,
Aye.
Friedlieb,
No.
he is absent. Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-1. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Britt, on to the next one.
The solid waste fees, are we going to stop that discussion for this moment? Is that just clarification? Would that-
Counselor Johnson.
I would move to table pending discussion with the contractor.
Or
Counselor Johnson moves to table, supported by Counselor Motley. No further discussion is allowed. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Support? Motion carries. Britt?
Item number 8 is a request to approve the resolution for the quote from Premier Pyrotechnics Incorporated for the fireworks display to be held in July and November 2025.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Johnson. Is there support? Is there support?
support for discussion.
Supported by Counselor Motley. Further discussion, Counselor Motley?
We had this budgeted in our, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Johnson and then Counselor Bachschnider.
Thank you. I'm going to say this again because I think we're missing an opportunity to hold our fireworks during Land of the Loon instead of the 4th of July. Just saying that moving forward, but I know one of the most popular things that happens in November is our fireworks at 5:15. The people that come into town for that is amazing, so I think this is well worth our investment, and I feel strongly that we're making that up in tax revenue.
Thank you for that. Counselor Bachschnider?
Thank you. I just want to confirm that the Twilight Holiday Parade's happening again before we make the investment. I'm assuming it is, but I just
100%,
want.
yes.
Okay, perfect. I do agree with Counselor Johnson that I think Land of Loon is maybe a better opportunity. I also think that many cities in the surrounding area do fireworks in July, and a lot of the times those communities are fundraising for the fireworks to pay for them. And so I would actually like to see us not do fireworks in July at all at a savings of $10,500. It looks like in the budget that the savings, that the discount within that is if the product is paid for by March 1st. There's not a savings by doing 2 dates. And so I would support doing the fireworks in November because that is something different. We're not competing with other cities. A lot of times you're hearing people, oh, I'm going to get to this town and then that town, and we're competing with others, and I don't think it's a necessary expense in July, but I do agree for November, that it is a worthwhile investment. So, if the motion is for the purchase of both, I would not be supporting the motion at this time. Thank you.
Who made the motion? Counselor Johnson? Okay. Motion is as Counselor Johnson had made it, and you're okay with the way it stands? Okay. So Pam?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Paulson. Just a little update on the quotes. So we received some information from the gentleman that works with Premier Pyrotechnics. We haven't had them in quite some time. He started his own business in Mountain Iron, or working through Premier Pyrotechnics. He lives in Mountain Iron. So he has been asking for us to look at his product and hopefully, allow him to submit a bid. So J&M is the ones that we have been working with. Premier, he gave us a price of the $21,000. If we pay for both shows this time, because we're only doing a 1-year contract with them, just to see how the show goes and things like that. His shots are a lot better than J&M, and we're getting more for our bang. Okay?
Literally.
So just to let you know, this year would be the first time we'd have to pay initially up front, and then he's going to work with us, because I said next year would be budget, and we can't pay in December for 26 show. We'd have to wait till January. So he's willing to work with us and on how we make the payments, et cetera. And you do get more product if you pay in advance. So there's different options on, you get 15% more product if you pay by this date, or 10, depending on. So just a little background there. So this is the first time we're using them, so we'll have to see how the shows go.
Thank you,
Okay.
Pam.
Sure.
Counselor Johnson?
And I like that it's 1-year contract. In the past, we've always done 3, correct? 3 or more?
We did a few years ago, but with J&M now, it's only been annual.
Okay.
We can do a 3-year contract after this year with Premier if we so choose, and then again, you do get more product if you, say you're going to do a 3-year contract. And it'll lock in the pricing in case there are increases.
And I guess I like that. I think we move forward with the 2 this year, since it's already February. And then we do take a serious look at maybe just funding the November one and having folks fundraise for the June one, and we exclude the July 4th. It's great, and it's good for people who live in town, and there'll be pushback in that, and I'm fine with that. But I think that we can find a more economically suitable benefit for the city, and by going a June and November. So for this year, I'm okay with that, but I would also like to start looking forward at planning for next year, and maybe we actually have bigger shows because the city puts in $5,000 and somebody else, and they fundraise the extra, and now we have a June and November show that nobody else can beat on the 4th of July. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing no more discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, Pam?
Paulson?
Aye.
Yondich?
Aye.
Bachschnider?
No.
Friedlieb?
Aye.
Is absent. Johnson?
Aye.
Motley?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. Okay, go ahead, Britt.
Counselor?
Oh, Counselor Johnson, sorry.
I would like to make a motion to instruct the Parks and Rec staff to have conversations with Land of the Loon and potentially looking at a partnership for doing fireworks with Land of the Loon, as well as that we're already doing, and just have that discussion, what that would look like moving forward.
Moved by Counselor Johnson, is there support?
Support for discussion.
Supported by Counselor Bachschnider for discussion. Further discussion, Counselor Bachschnider.
Are you looking for 2024, 2020, or we're in 2025 or in?
2026, we would do it so we
2026.
could plan for next year and the following years.
Perfect, thank you for that.
Yeah, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Next item, Britt.
The next item is to approve the resolution to transfer of funds from the investment account at 4M to the general fund for the Public Safety Center.
So moved.
And moved by Counselor Johnson. I just want to point out one correction that Sherry said. It was transfer number 3. Is that correct, Sherry? Okay, so it'll be transfer number 3.
Thank you.
Okay, moved by Counselor Johnson. Is there support? Support by Counselor Friedlieb. Any further discussion? Counselor Bachschnider.
In the resolution, it looked like there was maybe a typo. Is it 4 million or 400,000? 4 million, okay, perfect. Thank you.
And then, so that will be corrected.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. It's been moved and supported. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 10 is a request from the Park Department for the purchase of a John Deere Series tractor with a mower deck and also a blower, a snow blower, for the Park Department in the amount of $16,649.78. The reason this is coming forward is we've been trying to find a way to do the trails better. We do have a sidewalk plow. It is very old in age. It's actually too big for our floating dock. It can't go on the floating dock, so it doesn't work there. They requested a mower like this because it's not the zero-turn mower. It's a regular riding mower, so they can go up on the islands at the ITMEC and also at the park. With this one, the zero turns, they can't. So it's a multi-purpose. It wouldn't just be winter, it wouldn't just be summer, it'd be all year round to be able to use this. Talk to Sherry about it. We think we can find the money for this. Sherry, can I throw the ball in your court?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sherry, go ahead.
Mayor Paulson, Acting Mayor Paulson, Counselor. It's going to be, I have to work on that. We're in the ice and snow removal fund last year, 24, expensed only at 50%. So it ended the year at 50% instead of 100% of its budget because of the very mild fall and spring we had last year. So I would like to request a motion that this amount of money be restricted, 16,700, because I assume there's some odd change there, be restricted in 2024 for this amount to fund this purchase in 2025.
Sherry, just for clarification, what was the dollar value?
It's
in that-
16,000.
At 50%?
Oh, 50%?
Expense, what was the balance that was left?
It's well over 16,000, I can tell you that.
We budgeted $318,933 and we expended $162,441.
Thank you.
And so what would the balance be, Britt?
It would be, we would end up with about 140,000 still left in that budget for the year.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Motley, did you have?
What was your recommendation, Sherry?
I would restrict $16,700 of that remaining balance in the ice and snow removal instead of zeroing it out and carry that over into 2025 for this purchase.
I'll make that motion.
Moved by Counselor Motley. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Counselor Johnson. Further discussion, Counselor Bachschnider.
So this ice and snow removal fund, this is a general fund, is that correct? So anything that we didn't spend would just go to help balance the overall budget and potentially help just any other budget that went over last year, which I'm assuming we had other departments that went over budget.
Yeah,
Sherry, go ahead.
to respond to you, we did have a financial meeting this morning and that was brought up. We did look through the majority of the budgets that are in the general fund and they all landed, they're either under or they're right at 100 or 101%. So yes, it would help with the general fund, balance it not out, but I still think we're going to be okay.
I think I wouldn't be comfortable supporting this motion unless I saw like the overall, everything combined for the general fund and not broken down in what that looked like. And so if I knew that as a whole, the general fund was less than 100% and we had excess money remaining, then I would be comfortable supporting it. But if we are at, let's say, 105% of expenditures of the overall general fund and 100% of revenue, so we are already over budget of the overall general fund, then I wouldn't be comfortable adding this expense because the money's already spent somewhere else, essentially. Does that make sense?
Sherry, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, please. I needed a motion restricting these funds now, so that when the audit is done and we get the final numbers, that money is restricted as an expense for 2025. So that's the only hiccup in this. I can try to get you a financial when I'm off here that would show for that period, just a general overview, the expenses and the revenue collected for the general fund.
Thank you, Sherry. Is that all? Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Johnson.
So this is two-part question. One's directly related and one's separately related. A grader is used for snow removal. Can we do $20,000 from last year's budget that didn't get used to appropriate for this year's grader?
Where I was going with my original what's the balance question. Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, thank you. To answer that, I didn't pay attention where the public works ended, but I think they ended right at 100%. So I'd say no. Because I think they've expensed their budget.
Okay, and thank you, because $140,000 is a lot of money to save money later. I want to bring the other part of this to the quality of life that this equipment will bring to especially our seniors who utilize the walking trails in the winter almost daily. When we started the process of getting these trails widened and getting the grant, LMCR grants and all of that stuff, part of it was that they would be usable in the wintertime. And having that and getting this Parks and Rec vehicle with the snow blower on it, to me, is part of following up on my end of the bargain that we're going to get these trails built and you can use them year-round, especially when it comes to the floating bridge on the lake. That is one of the things that we can do. People like to use their fat tire bikes in the wintertime. Now we've just expanded their ability to utilize that space. So I will be supporting this as a quality of life initiative, especially for our seniors who utilize those trails.
Okay, is that motion? Is there a motion? Okay, what is the motion?
Yeah.
To just approve it? Okay, and further discussion then, Counselor Beyondich?
Just to clarify, this would be a recommendation that you feel confident this money would be there?
Correct.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Roll call, Pam.
Beyondich,
Aye.
Bachschnider,
No.
Friedlieb.
Aye.
Duffy's absent. Johnson,
Aye.
Motley,
Aye.
Paulson.
Aye. Oh, Counselor Johnson.
Can call the vote and then I have another.
Yeah, call the roll. We already voted,
Oh, yeah.
so,
5-1.
and then you're going to make a,
And I will make a motion that we authorize purchase of this this year using those restricted funds.
so the first motion passes 5-1, and the second motion moved by Counselor Johnson. Is there support? Is there support? Support by Counselor Motley. Further discussion? Counselor Beyondich?
I don't know that I'm comfortable unless I have confidence that we actually have the dollars to set aside.
Oh, Sherry.
Thank you, Mayor Paulson. I just looked at the financials, and anybody else is with me here. the end of Public Works, they ended their overall budget, which included the ice and snow removal in there, at 88%. So they're under budget. So yes, and my apologies, I was just thinking ice and snow removal and what Counselor Annie had, Schneider had said. So, yeah, there would be funds too if you wanted to restrict that, but I don't know how you back up the train when you've done motion earlier.
So do we need to change that if there isn't funds left over?
There are funds left over, but Counselor Johnson wanted to use $20,000 for the down payment on the loader, or the grader.
That's not,
doesn't-
my
that's
current
not
motion
possible.
is to authorize purchasing this.
In
I
2024.
wanted to make, I want to make sure we're clear on that there are funds, and yes, we are buying it, like, we're not just going to restrict it and then go, oh, sorry, we forgot.
Okay. So any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Pam, roll call.
Schneider,
No.
Friedlieb, Johnson,
Aye.
Motley,
Yes.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich.
No.
Motion
Motion fails.
fails. 2 to 4. 4 to 2. Okay.
I will make a motion to forward this to the city council meeting on Tuesday, which is a different than, so that it can be voted on by the whole council.
Moved by Counselor Johnson to move this agenda item forward to the council meeting on the following Tuesday. 25th. Support by Counselor Friedlieb. Further discussion? Counselor Beyondich?
Providing we have all the documentation.
Okay, and could staff make sure that all the documentation is provided?
100%.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, Pam?
Friedlieb,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Motley,
Yes.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich,
Aye.
Schneider.
No.
Motion passes 4 to 2.
5-1.
Oh, 5-1. Oh, I thought there were 2 noes. Sorry, I didn't hear. Okay, motion passes.
Got one more.
One more. Okay, Counselor Johnson.
I would make a motion to direct staff to investigate and present under discussion items at Tuesday's council meeting, restricting $20,000 from, for the grader, for the down payment on the grader, being aware of that it's already come up, but I would like to have that discussion on Tuesday.
Okay, motion by Counselor Johnson. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Counselor Friedlieb. Any further discussion? Counselor Beyondich.
Clarify that for me.
Oh, Counselor Johnson. I thought you were asking Pam. I'm sorry.
So if we can designate money, because this is a winter thing, and we're looking at figuring out where $20,000 came from, then the staff, I would like the staff to look and see if we can restrict that $20,000 that's going to come out of that budget to be restricted carrying forward for the exact same reason, because it is snow removal and winter stuff, if that would be an appropriate use of a $20,000 restriction moving forward, as opposed to trying to shuffle stuff. And I just want that information for discussion for next week, and then we can make decisions then based on that.
Thank you for the clarification, Counselor Johnson. Any further discussion? Okay, so I just want to add that I like being clean. So I like how this language is, like, if we're going to restrict it, let's use it for that specific purpose. So I appreciate that, and then it will be determined if the money is there at the time we vote for it, vote up or down at the council. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, okay. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, Pam?
Aye.
Motley,
Yes.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich,
Aye.
Bachschnider,
No.
Friedlieb.
Aye.
5-1.
Motion passes 5-1. Britt?
Thank you. Item number 11 is review the financials from January 2025, and they're actually the period 13 of 2024 that we reviewed today.
We had a long, I guess it was a pretty long meeting this morning. It was over an hour, I believe, on, we went page by page. Most, if there were any questions, most of the questions got asked and answered. I don't know if anyone else has any further questions right now on any of the financials that are in the packet, but now would be the time to ask away. Counselor Johnson?
Thank you. I just want to thank the people that meet that early in the morning and the staff for all the work they do. I think it has added another level of clarity and transparency, and a reminder that anybody at any time can make an appointment to ask staff questions, email questions. It's all wide open, no secret anything's in the city government. Thank you.
Okay, Britt?
Thank you. Item number 12 is review the proposed cannabis ordinance, and there's two sections, section 6.47 and the update of chapter 11.
Counselor Johnson?
Thank you. As I said at the last committee of the whole meeting, after listening, and I think that we're way overdoing this ordinance as it's coming up. The state restrictions, I've talked to several people now in the course of the last 2 to 3 weeks who are either planning on opening a business, are applying now that those applications are open, or any number of things. And I think we are actually creating more work for our city staff moving forward by being so restrictive. I think that we need to follow the state statute, and I think we need to allow small business to happen in our town. I think that the state is very good at what they do, and they are rolling out this cannabis stuff as best they can. I will not be supporting the more restrictive cannabis ordinance that we have presented. I will only be supporting things that meet the state statute at this time, with the ability that our ordinances will change as the state ordinances change. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Counselor Bachschnider?
Thank you. So first, I would like to thank Jenny and the Planning and Zoning Commission for all of their hard work so far on this ordinance. I know it's not been easy and that there's been a lot of changes at the state level as we've been working through the implementation of this ordinance. The council and mayor asked Chief Mattson for recommendations on how to approach, and via memo on January 13th, we were asked to closely resemble the county ordinance so officers have consistency and a uniform understanding of our local laws. We then had Assistant Attorney Christine Swanson attend the cannabis ordinance public hearing to talk through St. Louis County's ordinance and how they arrived at the decisions they made. Our buffer requirements that are currently being recommended reflect the same as the county. Knowing this, it is felt the council and mayor have been in agreement on how to approach most everything within the ordinance, and the main discussion is still coming in around the zoning requirements. On February 10th, the Office of Cannabis Management announced it will accept applications for cannabis business licensing beginning February 18th and ending March 14th. So this officially means that we are on a time crunch to get this ordinance passed if we want our zoning requirements to be enforceable. So with all of that being said, I want to focus on pages 178 and 179 of the packet, specifically the table where zoning is outlined for each type of cannabis business and how we want to approach in the city of Virginia. This table makes it the easiest to read and follow along, but when we decide what to do for zoning, it will have to be updated in a few other places. And so for the purpose of our discussion and to get action moving forward, I'm going to take this one state business license type at a time via motion. And then Jenny or Britt, I don't know if you're able to bring up on the TV an interactive map, and if not, we should be able to follow along with the map that was attached. So for my first motion, I move for state business type license cannabis retail to be allowed in Virginia zoning, retail permitted in business district B2, retail permitted in business district B1, one non-municipal and one municipal, and retail not allowed in all other zone districts, including residential districts R1 through R5 and industrial I1 through I3.
Moved by Counselor Buckschneider. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Motion fails for lack of support. Counselor Buckschneider.
I move for state business type license micro business to be allowed in Virginia zoning, retail permitted in business district B2, retail permitted in business district B1, one non-municipal and one municipal, non-retail permitted and in industrial zones I1 and I2, and retail and non-retail not allowed in all other zone districts, including residential districts R1 through R5 and industrial I3.
Motion made by Counselor Buckschneider. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Motion fails for lack of support. Counselor Buckschneider.
I move for state business type license mezzo business to be allowed in Virginia zoning, retail permitted in business district B2, retail permitted in business district B1, one non-municipal and one municipal, non-retail permitted in industrial zones I1 and I2, and non-retail not allowed in all other zone districts, including residential districts R1 through R5, industrial I3, and business districts B1 and B2.
Moved by Counselor Buckschneider. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Motion fails for lack of support.
I move for state business type license medical cannabis combination business to be allowed in Virginia zoning, retail permitted in business B2, retail and non-retail permitted in industrial zones I1 and I2, and retail and non-retail not allowed in all other zone districts, including residential districts R1 through R5, industrial I1, and business district B1.
Moved by Counselor Buckschneider. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Motion fails for lack of support. Counselor Buckschneider.
My final motion is I move for state business license type lower potency hemp edible retailers to be allowed in Virginia zoning, not applicable at this time, may be subject to rule change regarding retail registration and license type.
Moved by Counselor Buckschneider. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Motion fails for lack of support. Okay, so those were just certain motions made based on this chart. So can we still further the discussion? Okay, so does anyone want to have further discussion? And then could I add? When do I get to add? I'm not used to this. Okay, Counselor Johnson.
First of all, thank you for stepping up, literally. The only reason I didn't support, because I don't know it well enough to know how it fits in with the original recommendations from planning and zoning, and that's what I would like to see. I believe that what you were trying to do, that I'm supportive of as we move forward to allow it where it needs to be with distances and that kind of stuff. I just want to see the bigger picture and get some feedback from planning and zoning. So that's the only reason I didn't support it, because I also know that's another longer conversation. But I appreciate what you were trying to accomplish, and I think that's where we need to be. I'd just like to see that before voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Okay, so from my perspective, and I agree, I appreciate the planning and zoning meeting and discussing and going through this along with Jenny. Is there an interactive map that can be pulled up or not at this point? My question specifically is regarding, so what we've got in the map currently right now are the light industrial and industrial highlighted in, or outlined in red. Is that correct, Jenny? Is that right? Okay. So, and when we talk about the B2, is that kind of in the what? Corrugated red and white? I'm looking along Second Avenue. And I'm just looking to see where that goes on Fintown Flyway. I'm sorry. Part of what I'd like to address kind of relies on some of this B2 location. And is Ninth also B2, 9th Street? Okay, so that's different than the mall. Okay, Jenny, I'm sorry, can you talk into the microphone, Jenny?
Where would you like me to focus on? with
Okay,
the mapping?
can you just show us where B2 is located? What B2 looks like in the city of Virginia?
So again, B2, all the business districts are in the red. B2 is along Second Avenue.
And how far does it go around, like where where's Washki's? Okay. That's Washki's right there. And then what's the portion that the city owns on where we dump snow? What's that zoned?
That's also B2.
Okay. Then Ninth, I believe Ninth is B2. Or is it portions of 9th? Is that 9th and 8th?
Yep, portions are B2.
Okay, and then,
But that's also right next to a park, and so nothing would be able to go there with the 500 feet. Is that correct, Jenny?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
and there's 4 blocks, 3 blocks in there, 4 blocks, so would be definitely within 500 feet.
Correct.
Yeah, so 9th and 8th, and what else is up to the north and west right there? Is that by the Salvation Army? By the nursing home?
Yeah, by the, yeah.
Okay, then the next one would be the mall location. And does 9th, does that go all the way up on 9th, all the way on north side, residential, abutting up to residential by the golf course?
You want me to go to the mall area?
Why don't you just
first?
head north? If you wouldn't mind, Jenny. Okay, that's 9th and 9th, right there.
There's one small area, but then you've got Marquette in that location, I believe is where we're at right now, and the golf course and the hospital. Or no, that's not.
Is that West Chestnut you're looking at?
Yeah. And then if we go further north, sorry, this mouse is pretty
That's
touchy.
okay. So, yep, stay further north on 9th.
This is the B2 district within, like near the golf course, like on north side.
Yep, okay, so, and there's a couple lots that abut up to kind of that wall that's by the Essentia parking lot. There's some city-owned lots that are there, though they're zoned in B2, I believe. Yeah, right there.
In here.
The only reason I know that is because political signs had to come down in those locations. Counselor Bachschneider?
But that's also right next to our golf course, and that would be considered a park, so nothing would be able to go there.
Okay,
Thank you.
got it. And further north, it would not be. All in the B2 zone.
All the B2 in
Okay.
here.
Then mall area is also B2.
Correct.
Okay, so my question, and I really do appreciate the Planning and Zoning Commission looking at this, but I'm not sure that did the Planning and Zoning Commission, Jenny, at the last meeting, did they read over the definitions, the statutory definitions of a meso and a micro business, and what that means in these locations as recommended on the previous recommendation from Planning and Zoning?
Yes, they did have discussion on that. They did review the definitions for both of those types of state-issued licenses, and felt that the recommendations they moved forward, what they were comfortable with.
So the Planning and Zoning Commission was comfortable with a meso business located right by Washki's, that can have and Brian, you can help me out here, jump in anytime. The definition of a meso business is a 15,000 square foot of plant canopy, which allows up to 1 acre of mature plants growing outside. So the Planning and Zoning Commission was okay to have a meso business zoned growing up to 1 acre of cannabis plants outdoors in the city limits of the city of Virginia.
My understanding is that they were aware of that, and they were also aware of the restrictions and how that realistically would work in those locations, and that practically speaking, there isn't a lot of area that has even an acre in area where something like that could reside or be
And so
allowed.
that portion along by Washki's is not, it's more than 1 acre, and it's zone B2. So in theory, if someone got a license from the state of Minnesota as a meso with a retail endorsement, they could build on that. Actually, they wouldn't even have to build, because if they just wanted to plant, they could plant. Is that correct, Brian?
And if I may, there's two definitions. One, the 15,000 square feet of canopy spaces if it's an indoor operation, and if it's an outdoor operation, up to 1 acre, unless the 1 acre is extended by the Office of Cannabis Management, I think under a special permit, and in that case, it cannot exceed 3 acres.
So my question is, for me, and I wasn't trying to make this, like, I wasn't here at the last meeting, and I believe Counselor Johnson, you came down pretty hard on me trying to make this complicated, and I'm not trying to complicate it. I think retail belongs in retail, but if you're in a B2 location, the definition, and I'm not sure if they also read the definition of a micro business, but a micro business can have a canopy of 5,000 square feet indoor and up to 1 acre of mature flowering plants outdoors. So are we, by approving what Counselor Bachschnider moved forward to approve, are we saying to our community, we're okay if a business comes in with a license granted from the state, you can locate in a B2 and grow outdoor mature plants up to a half an acre? Is that what we're saying by approving these things? And I don't know, Jenny, if you want to answer from the Planning and Zoning Commission what their logic or rationale was, other than there didn't seem to be any maybe place that these could go, realistically.
That was part of their discussion, and they just didn't want to restrict the limits of where these types of businesses would go. So that
And
was,
how do we feel like the residents would feel if we were growing up to 1 acre of mature marijuana plants?
that's not something I can answer. I think that would be answered better by council or
But
maybe.
that was the recommendation that came forward from planning and zoning. So was any consideration given to residential?
We did not have anyone attend the public hearings related to cannabis, and we did not receive any comments that I'm aware of. I don't know that council received any comments. So from the public standpoint, that's where planning and zoning would be coming from, is if there was public comment submitted, they would take that into consideration. When there isn't public comment submitted, then I think you have to
Sure.
weigh that.
No, and I understand that. I think from my perspective is that the Planning and Zoning Commission should be looking out for the residents of the city of Virginia. Also businesses, but when the Planning and Zoning Commission is stating that they are okay with up to a half an acre versus up to 1 full acre of outdoor growth on B2 zoned locations in the city of Virginia, I'm not comfortable with that decision, and that's why I didn't agree with the Planning and Zoning decision. And I'm not trying to make anything more difficult. According to what I've read, Minnesota has a hybrid. This is a hybrid. Colorado doesn't have it. Many others, New York doesn't have a meso and a micro business. So we're kind of dealing with something different when they can have retail endorsements. And part of my discussion the last time with Britt is, if they can grow it, it needs to be done here. If they're going to sell it, it should be done in a retail location. And that's not what came back from planning and zoning. It restricted everything. It moved it all to light industrial or heavy industrial.
And that's planning on, that was me.
And
That was
then-
just me trying to figure out a way to.
But that's my point. I'm not trying to make it complicated, but I am not comfortable having up to 1 acre of growth within the city, like residential city limits of the city of Virginia. And I don't know what the rest of the council feels like, but I feel that B2 abuts up to all residential. And you're not going to have, if somebody comes in with a pre-approved license, we can't say no. We've got to have it zoned in a place for them to go. So I don't know, Britt, what your recommendation would be in dealing with this. Like, I feel like we're almost there. We are literally almost there at getting this down and getting it correct. But a meso business can have up to, I want to say, 5 retail endorsements, and micro can have up to 3 retail endorsements. So that can carry 3, that would mean 3 different locations or 5 different locations. And I think, let's see if I can find, and I'm not trying to commandeer the conversation, but this is something that I've been working on, and I do want the city the citizens of Virginia to be protected, not trying to thwart the sale of cannabis, the use of cannabis, but trying to protect them from the actual smell of outdoor growth of that specific cannabis. And I'm trying to see, Brian, if I sent myself something. So then how do we deal, I guess the question is, how do we deal with those, if they're gonna grow it, then how do we deal with the retail endorsement? But I don't think that they should be allowed to grow it within a B2 district. And that's, I think, where I'm coming from, so I will let everyone else add. I think Counselor Johnson had his light on first. And then we'll go over to Counselor Bachschnider, and then Britt, maybe you can, and Brian can look that up.
So I appreciate the time and effort you put into this, Counselor Paulson. And where I came to in the last month or so is that we haven't had the opportunity as a council to vote on this. We have just been talking about it, and while you have a point that you are making, we haven't put it up for a vote. Because yes, you're representing people, but so are the rest of us, and I think it's important that we be able to vote on what we want to do to move forward. You've made your point multiple times, it's gone back to planning and zoning, and they continue to make recommendations that are being debated in this room. And at the risk of being rude, I will defend the work they have put into this. I think that the questions that are being posed should be posed in that committee where there are people who can answer it, where our appointed commissioners and experts can answer those questions directly and they can tell you what they're thinking. I think to keep debating it here with hypotheticals is why this is becoming so drawn out. The state licensing is very strict. There are, I don't know, and this is just me thinking out loud, are there any properties for sale up to an acre in the city of Virginia where this could happen? I don't know the answer to that. Would a business want to come to the city of Virginia and do that within our city limits, knowing how small our community is? I cannot think of a business who would purposely come into a community to not make it better. I would think that if you're gonna do something that smells like this, they don't want grumpy neighbors. They don't want people yelling at them and coming to council meetings and that kind of stuff. They want to be good community members. I think that where my mind is we send this back to planning and zoning one more time and we ask them to schedule a special meeting so they can bring forward a final recommendation based on what they want, and we either vote yes or no on it at this time. I think that we need to move forward, as Councilor Bachschnider said, we're now in a time crunch, and if we don't have an ordinance, then Brian, I guess this is a legit question for you. If we don't have an ordinance in place in time, what would we follow?
If I may?
Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
No worries. If we don't have an ordinance in place by the time the licenses start appearing to be registered, essentially we for that period of time while we don't have it in place would waive our option or ability to exercise control over those things that the state has said we could, and it would default simply to the state legislation or potentially the county, depending on how the county viewed it.
All right, I appreciate that, thank you. So, and again, there's not a motion on the floor, correct, Pam?
No.
And so then again, that's one of those things that has been brought up today. We're kind of debating nothing right now, other than the overall picture. So, I will not make a motion right now. But I think we send this back to planning and zoning, ask them to schedule a special meeting before next Tuesday, and they present us with their final based on what they think is best and their opinion. And Tuesday, we have a vote on it up or down. If it passes, great. If it doesn't pass, then we figure it out from there. But I think it's time for us to take action on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Counselor Bachschnider.
Thank you. So for micros, and Jenny, this question's directed for you. So for micros and mesos, they have the non-retail, and they're only allowed to grow in non-retail. Is that correct?
Per the ordinance that's in front of you?
Yes.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so in the language then, if they're only allowed to grow in non-retail and we limit non-retail to industrial zones, then we wouldn't have to worry about any growing in business districts. Is that correct?
That's my understanding of, yes, how it's drafted, or was drafted.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And that is how I would recommend to move forward. That is how planning and zoning had recommended it to us previously. And I agree, I don't think that we should grow in business districts, but allowing the grow in industrial zones and then looking at the map, where in the industrial zones realistically that could be again, Jenny, like at that where there's an acre within an industrial zone, realistically I think we talked about looking probably like behind Menards is, more than likely where someone would end up growing, like behind Menards. So not where really any homeowners are, where that open lot is realistically where the acreage is allowed to grow if we limit any meso and micro non-retail to I-1 or I-2. That's my understanding. I could be incorrect.
Could I add just something
Brian?
very brief? So just very briefly as a point of clarification, with a meso business, they're allowed to grow. They're also allowed to do certain manufacturing and preparation of products for sale. And there is one very small exception in subpart 13 of their subdivision 1 under 34229, which defines cannabis meso business licensing operations. Section 13 indicates that one of their permitted activities is to sell immature cannabis plants and seedlings, adult use cannabis flower, essentially to other or to other cannabis businesses and to customers, but it's not in a retail setting. Think of it as bulk sales. So just to kind of clarify that it's more than just growing, but it's that growing and production aspect of it.
So to confirm, they could only do that out of their non-retail space. Thank you.
Counselor Bachschnider, do you have anything further?
I could continue making recommendations based on that discussion in the form of not motions if we want, but I don't know if anyone else wants to contribute.
I guess what I just want to say is the last actual thing that came through from planning and zoning did include meso and micro in B2. I have that right here. It did include that.
Can I make a clarification? So, one of Counselor Johnson's points, planning and zoning has not seen this nor recommended anything since the first time they brought it to your attention. So any revisions that have taken place since that time have not gone back to planning and zoning. They are aware of them, but those were not their recommendations moved forward to council.
So their original recommendation was to allow meso and micro in B2 districts, which is what I have right here. And that's concerning to me. And I don't know. Well, I don't understand why that wouldn't be vetted out better. And if we bring it back to them, it's just going to be the same recommendation. I don't care for that, and I don't want to see that grow. That's right from them, the last one, to allow that in meso and micro in B2. And if that's what we're going to say to our residents, that we're all comfortable with that, I mean, that's something we can definitely vote on. I'm not comfortable with that, and I would never vote for that. And then if they have a retail endorsement, Brian, meso can have up to, I think, 5 retail or 3?
So-
3 retail endorsements, and micro can as well, or 1. So they can locate, we'd actually have to approve 2, the location of their business to grow it, which would be whatever that looks like, and then the license to sell it, which would be in an R1 district, excuse me, a B1 district.
The way that those retail endorsements would roll out isn't entirely clear to me yet.
Right.
They're able to have up to 3, but they also have to follow the rules of the retail license. So does that mean that they can apply for up to 3 retail licenses?
That's what I'm asking for clarification, because according to what the state, what the definition, statutory definition of mezzo and micro, it does include that with a retail endorsement. So for me, it's about definitions and what are we looking to have in the city of Virginia. I'm not comfortable with any growth happening in a B2 district at all. Counselor Motley.
I would have to agree with you. I mean, I guess, so with you saying that, can it just be removed, or does it have to go back to planning and zoning? If we're the council, can it just be removed, or like, how does this work?
I think from what my discussion was, the last meeting, I had asked the growth part of it to be put more in industrial or light industrial, which is what was done. However, then the retail portion of that, people don't want light retail happening in industrial or light industrial areas. But the retail component, Brian, would be only if they were granted the retail component of a mezzo or micro business. So you're still keeping mezzo and micro, which means outdoor growth, should they so choose. They get the retail endorsement, they still would have to locate to sell it in a B1 location, right? Retail. So I'm not sure why the planning and zoning, and I appreciate all the work that they've done, but I'm not sure. I did ask one of the commissioners, did you read the definition of mezzo and micro? And I was told, no, I didn't read that. We relied on one of the other commissioners who knows everything about cannabis. And to me, I don't feel comfortable having any growth next to anything residential in the city of Virginia. I don't think that's a healthy smell to have in a residential area. And that's where I will stand on it. So when you say that the planning and zoning recommended, they recommended that a mezzo and micro be allowed in B2. And I don't agree with that. Counselor Bachschneider.
And I do agree with that. I do believe, and I probably made the motions a little too early on in the discussion. In the motions that I made for both micro and mezzos, I think that what I'm proposing is probably a compromise between what planning and zoning recommended and what the ordinance looked like at last committee of wholes and council meetings packet. And I had recommended for micro and mezzo to have non-retail permitted in industrial zones, I1 and I2. I was more so probably focusing on where we were allowing retail and to include more retail in that aspect. I felt like we were limiting retail too much in where our ordinance was recommended at last time.
Right, and I appreciate that, but that's not even what I recommended when I recommended the growth portion, but the retail is something different, so that really they would have another retail component that was not added to the last packet, that I was not in attendance of that meeting. So I don't know if we can all agree that it should go, any growth should go in to the zones that Jenny had highlighted or has highlighted in our map. I don't know if that's something we can agree on, that
Industrial, so industrial would be any growth, which would be mezzo and micro business. Is that what everybody's shaking their head? Yes, does that sound correct? If that license so is issued by the state. We don't know that that's gonna happen, but it could. Would everybody be comfortable with that part at least?
so, and again, you're still the one on the, I guess I would say the
I don't know if everyone is. I can make it in the form of a motion if we want for discussion, just because I'm not sure if everyone is comfortable. So I'll move to limit non-retail for micro and meso businesses to industrial zones. I-1 and I-2.
Moved by Counselor Bachschnider. Is there support? Supported by Counselor Friedlieb. Is there any further discussion? Further discussion, Counselor Johnson.
I will only support this if it goes back to the commission and they provide a final recommendation to be voted on at next week's meeting.
I think Pam, is that something that can be scheduled prior to next week's meeting?
They would have to post today in order to have the meeting on Friday. Otherwise, they could post on Thursday to have the meeting on Monday, but I'm not sure if everyone's always available. So that's another problem.
At this point, do we need that, or do we understand what we need to tweak? Do we really need it to go back and forth and back and forth? I know we're in a time constraint. Is it something we can just still continue discussion, hash out right now, and make the decision? Pam?
Counselor Paulson, thank you. So basically, you can send it back to planning and zoning, but ultimately, in the end, it is your decision to make.
That's my point, so why go back and forth again?
Right.
So, Counselor Beyondich, you had your light on?
I did, and it's not important, but I do want to state this. You talked about people not coming to the meetings and not speaking, and unfortunately, I'm in the age group where people talk to me a lot, and I did get talked to about this. So yes, people are concerned. Are they going to publicly say it? No. Unfortunately, they are not going to come to the meetings, but it is being discussed out there, and we are being watched. Thank you.
So, the motion was supported. Would we like to have further discussion on this motion? Britt, is this something that this is in compliance with the statutory distances? If we look on this side here, it would be the northwest quadrant. I'm assuming, is that north of Canaries?
Map doesn't show the distances. Those distances still would be required, the distance, the 500 and the 1000s. So I did not put a bubble on that to show you, so they'd
that Hoover
still have
Road?
to, they'd still be allowed in the industrial, but still have to meet those distances too. So that's gonna make that even more narrow, what's available to go, where they're available to go.
Is that Hoover Road?
That's Hoover Road.
Okay, that was my
Which
question.
It's butting up to,
And then the next one to the south is south of Menards.
correct.
And then the one to the far east, Midtown, is the land that the city owns
Yep,
by the highway.
correct.
And so and that's zoned light industrial or heavy industrial?
Light industrial.
And on these maps here, which is light and which is heavy?
The heavy is the dark gray.
Heavy is a dark gray.
Yep, right along 53. And again, they still have to meet that 500 to 1,000, depending on what's around there too.
So there's not much in terms of dark gray. There's quite a lot of light. There's quite a lot of light industrial, not heavy industrial. Is that correct? Thank you, Counselor Johnson.
Can I mention?
Oh, Counselor Friedlieb, I'm sorry, I
So
didn't
that
see your
blue
light.
section there to the right on the east side, that's like as you enter the city by Second Avenue. That would be a great spot for retail, as far as I'm concerned, to put a retail outlet right there along the highway. That would draw all kinds of traffic right there.
Are there currently businesses, light industrial businesses that was a Staver Foundation?
That was TriTech or RMS, and Lindsay's back there. RGGS is back there.
But of the city-owned, so that's of this is including all those businesses. And there's just a very small portion at the tip here that the city owns.
Very small where the Stavers Foundry used to be.
Does that make sense, Counselor Friedlieb? We just own a very small portion at the rest of that zoned portion is existing light industrial businesses.
Well, a very small portion would be an ideal spot for a retail outlet right along Highway 53. I guarantee you, just as you're coming into Virginia. It should have a blinking bright sign, stop here.
Turn to the police station and go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Counselor Johnson.
I have one question, Jenny. This property over here is that 135? That is technically the city of Virginia that has no zoning at all over here, that's privately held. What's that?
The area that has no zoning, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, where, because we've had folks come in at a taxation complaining their taxes are too high over there for the city of Virginia. So I'm just looking at how this works later, and I don't need an answer now, but there is property way over here that is within the city limits of Virginia. And I don't need an answer today. I just want to bring that to your attention. That's all I
I'm pretty sure
have.
it's
Thank
mining
you.
open space. The classification is called MO, mining open space.
Farming? Is that a zone? Just kidding. Okay, that being said, so there is still a motion on the floor. I don't,
Pam, did you want me to repeat the motion again? So the motion was to move for state business license type mezzo business or micro business to be allowed in Virginia zoning, non-retail permitted in industrial zones I-1 or I-2. No, just combining micro and mezzos, focusing on industrial I-1 and I-2 only.
got it.
Side,
Support.
east.
Okay, so moved and supported. Any further discussion? Counselor Friedlieb.
Yeah, I would seek rezoning that eastern side. That's a perfect retail spot right along the highway if you're going to draw traffic to this type of business that
After
could.
this motion is either passed or not, would you like to make a motion to send that portion to be rezoned to the Planning and Zoning Commission? Okay, very good. So, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, is there another motion that we want to get going on?
Sure, I would seek to have the eastern area there represented along Second Avenue and Highway 53 to be rezoned retail for potential business.
Moved by
Retail
Council,
business.
moved by Counselor Friedlieb. Is there support? Is there support by Counselor Motley? Oh, Counselor Johnson. It's late. Any further discussion? Jenny?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a question for clarification purposes. When you say zoned retail, are you saying zoned business 1 or business 2? Because those are the zone districts. Retail isn't an actual zone district.
Educate me on what that should be for what I envision to that area.
Can I ask a question too? So we need to decide where do we want our retail license to go? Do we want retail licenses to be issued in industrial districts in business 2 or business 1? We don't want them in residential is what I'm hearing from everybody.
That's
Hold on,
considered-
though. I think what Jenny's asking is separate. She's wanting, so let's take this motion
But
and
that's,
then we'll
yeah,
go
so
back.
then that goes to that question. If you're intending to to rezone this to B2, then are you allowing all B2 to have retail operations for cannabis?
No, exclusive to that site. Can't deem it?
And maybe, Brian, you can help answer this question too, but there's a potential you could do an overlay district of just that area to allow it in that specific location as either a B1, B2, but we do need the zone district, not just that retail's allowed there,
So
so.
B1 or B2, and that could be discussed at the planning and zoning?
Correct, and they did discuss the option of having overlay districts, but they didn't feel, at that time, they didn't feel the need to do that, but that potentially could be another option in that specific location of having a overlay district of some sort of business just specific to that area.
Counselor Freely, do you want to continue, or?
I would go with that recommendation.
Okay, Counselor Bachschnider?
My understanding is that the B1 district is the downtown zone, so I think this would probably end up falling under B2 then. It feels like that's all other business. Does that make
Kinda what
sense,
it
Jenny?
sounds like. Okay, so do you want that amended to the motion as B2? Okay. And Counselor Beyondich, are you okay with that amendment? Okay. Any further discussion? Stephen, or Counselor Johnson? Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Is there any other motions we want to make regarding the rest of the language of the cannabis ordinance? Since we vetted out mezzo and micro, now we need to deal with retail location, and by definition of retail, it's where it can be sold. Is that correct? Okay, Counselor Johnson.
And I guess my question is, based on the conversation, my understanding is that we're going with the original recommendation from planning and zoning with the change to the industrial growing part. Is that where we're at?
Wait, say that one more time.
So the original agreement that they sent to us, and we're going to go with that, except we're changing the industrial growing portion of it with the mezzo and the micro, and otherwise everything else is going to be the same when we look at it next week. Is that if that's the understanding, I'm fine moving forward.
So is it B1, Jenny, or B1 and or B2 for retail sales?
For the cannabis retail?
Correct.
Let me look what I need to go back to the original, if you give me just a minute here. I've got a couple different versions going.
The original was all of the above, so we need to.
Counselor, if I may.
Go ahead, Counselor Johnson.
I'm now comfortable moving forward if this information can be at Tuesday night's meeting. I'm much more comfortable with that we've opened it back up and we're going to allow, and the growing, I do agree with that. Keeping in mind there are going to be individuals growing some in their backyard, a little bit, up to 4 plants. But I think that any further discussion I might have, I would be comfortable having briefly on Tuesday evening instead of doing it now for myself. Thank you.
Okay, do we want to vet the rest of this out now, or do you want to just move the whole thing to Tuesday? Because I guess I didn't understand what you meant. Do you want to have further discussion today on and
I don't
make
need further
motions?
discussion today. I'm comfortable with
Okay.
what we've come up with
Okay,
as of now. I need to see it to finish processing.
and are we solving the problem for X, Brian, in terms of retail endorsements? If they have a retail endorsement, they can grow it and make it and sell the plants in the light industrial, heavy industrial. If they're going to actually sell product to customers, they will be located in a B1 or B2. And have we determined that B1 or B2? Have you guys determined what that looks like? B1 or B2?
I think both.
Should it be both? And then going all the way up north, when you've got those segments,
Because a lot of the B2 is going to be restricted because of that 500 feet because of parks anyway, right? Because there's so many restrictions within parks and schools, so much of B2 is going to be restricted by that I do not feel the need to restrict any more than than it's already restricted because of that language.
I just have one last question, and I think we're good, we're all good then. If a mezzo or micro gets the retail endorsements, we have to allow that to happen, to take place. So they do have to have 2 locations.
Correct.
Is that what we're saying?
Correct, but I believe that those endorsements are treated
Almost like a liquor license?
Like any other retail license, still limited to the, how many we say there's one available, and you go over here, and that's it.
This is my final question. If we approve only one of these, and it's a retail, just retail, is the city required to approve any additional? A mezzo, a micro,
We don't get to
if we
approve that. The
approve one
state-
retail.
The state approves that.
yeah,
We
but
get
we are just saying, we only need to do one.
one, that's it.
So is that one retail or one mezzo? Or is it one retail, one
The way
mezzo,
I
one
just, the way I
micro?
I just downloaded and I can't find it now, of course. It
I
said
thought it
that,
was one.
One. It said it follows, an asterisk next to it says must follow local registration ordinance.
So
So
does that need to be clarified in our language going forward, that it's, we will accept one, but if you have the retail endorsement, you can locate up to three different places with mezzo and one with micro.
So the way that I understand it, because I represent different communities that are kind of taking different approaches to this. So if we had a retail operation come in, they had the state issued license, we would register it in the city of Virginia. That would satisfy the city of Virginia's requirement to register one cannabis business. Then if a mezzo business came along and said, we'd like to register our license in the city of Virginia, we would say, we have registered one already, we are not required to register more.
Got it.
I represent other communities who say, we're gonna limit it to one retail operation, and we're gonna open up the micro and mezzo, the manufacturing aspect of it, to allow other manufacturing in the hope that it'll promote jobs and other things like that. But in order to treat those differently, I think you need to designate specifically in your ordinance that they're treated differently. If there isn't such a designation, my understanding is it's treated that one license is one license,
Okay.
regardless of type.
Perfect, thank you. So is there any further discussion? Oh, Counselor Bachschnider, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for the timeline to get this ordinance implemented now, how many public readings do we have to do for an ordinance to be implemented? 2. Will we be able to do our first public reading at next week's council meeting?
Yeah, so long as the language is set, we can do an introduction and first reading at the next meeting, and then we could do a second reading and vote the following regular meeting.
Perfect, thank you. And then will that, if that's the timeline that we follow, we would be then good prior to the deadline of March 14th? Lovely, thank you.
Won't take effect until 15 days after it is in the paper. So if it's approved on March, whatever that meeting would be, 11th? Would be approved on March 11th for the second reading, and then the summary wouldn't have to go in the paper, so whenever I get the summary from the city attorney,
We could pre-approve a summary.
then it goes in the paper. So, and then it's 15 days after it's advertised in the paper that it would
So,
take effect.
once
So you're
this-
looking probably the end of the month, of March.
So once the state closes the licenses, I'm assuming the state's not going to like give the license out the next day, so we're probably okay? Okay, lovely, thank you.
Okay, so with that being said, I think, are we ready to move on, Britt? Yes. Okay, thank you all. I really appreciate the time to vet all that out. Thank you.
Item number 13 is we have a request to purchase some city-owned property. This preliminary property negotiation for sale of land known as parcel 9030 36960 will be closed as per Minnesota statute 13D05 subdivision 3-1 to set up selling price.
Want to read all three of those, Britt, for closed session?
And then the next one after that is a clinic lease update. We need to close this meeting for the attorney-client privilege to discuss potential litigation as per Minnesota statute 13D05 subdivision 3. And then we were going to go into closed session for attorney-client privilege to discuss potential litigation as per Minnesota statute 13D05 subdivision 3
Thanks, Britt. Looking for a motion to close the meeting.
I'll make the motion to close.
Support.
Moved by Counselor Motley, supported by Counselor Johnson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We are now in closed session. Yeah, you're good. This is one of the I didn't say much today except